No, but listen to, did you hear the press conference of Seleke Kromah, the IG? He did say that this is a highly political case, did he not? So you don't take the partisans' word for it, you take the IG's word for it.
We elect on a fact irresponsible man what happened to our country. We elect on a fact irresponsible man to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.
Please place your left hand on the Bible being held by your wife, and you will kindly raise your right hand, sir, and repeat after me. All standing, please. I, Joseph Newman Boyka Sr.,
No secret now that your friend and former boss will be a candidate in 2029. With all of that you experience, all of that you know, and everything that you see unfolding in the country now, will you support him? Will you be part of the process? Will you give him the support? Do you think he can be a better president?
So why you want to bring political money in it or not?
Oh, but political you're political man, before you go out, very active.
I plead the fifth again.
Okay. When 2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There wounded out first. All men on board.
So, this riot situation when it comes across, because many times you notice that
if Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
On the broadcast administration, we want to give the government of Liberia an ultimatum of 72 hours to provide a living ballot of the chairman of the Student Unification Party, or else there will be a catastrophic pneumonia in the Republic of Liberia. To arrest the chairman of the Student Unification Party, only because the government feel intimidated about the Vanguard Party advocacies.
The government got capital road, small, road, B road, all kinds of place. I think the reason Joseph Baka will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.
But listen to, did you hear the press conference of Seleke Kromah, the IG? He did say that this is a highly political case, did he not? So you don't take the partisans' word for it, you take the IG's word for it.
We elect on a fact irresponsible man what happened to our country. We elect on a fact irresponsible man to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.
Please place your left hand on the Bible being held by your wife, and you will kindly raise your right hand, sir, and repeat after me. All standing, please. I, Joseph Newman Boyka Sr.,
No secret now that your friend and former boss will be a candidate in 2029. With all of that you experience, all of that you know, and everything that you see unfolding in the country now, will you support him? Will you be part of the process? Will you give him the support? Do you think he can be a better president?
So why you want bring political Benin in it or not?
Oh, but you political, you're political man, before you go out, very active.
I plead the fifth again.
Okay.
When 2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There wounded outwards, all men on board.
So, this riot situation when it comes across, because many times you notice that.
If Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia. On the broadcast administration, we want to give the government of Liberia an ultimatum of 72 hours to provide a living ballot of the chairman of the Student Unification Party, or else there will be a catastrophic pneumonia in the Republic of Liberia. To arrest the chairman of the Student Unification Party, only because the government feel intimidated about the Vanguard Party advocacies. The government got capital road, small, big road, all kinds of place. I think the reason Joseph Baka will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.
But listen to, did you hear the press conference of Seleke Kromah, the IG? He did say that this is a highly political case, did he not? So you don't take the partisans' word for it, you take the IG's word for it.
We elect on 85 irresponsible men what happened to our country. We elect on 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.
Please place your left hand on the Bible being held by your wife, and you will kindly raise your right hand, sir, and repeat after me. All standing, please. I, Joseph Newman Boyka Sr.,
No secret now that your friend and former boss will be a candidate in 2029. With all of that you experience, all of that you know, and everything that you see unfolding in the country now, will you support him? Will you be part of the process? Will you give him the support? Do you think he can be a better president?
So why you want bring political Benin in it or not?
Oh, but you political. You're political man, before you go out, very active.
I plead the fifth again.
Okay. When 2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There wounded outwards, all men on board.
So, these riot situation when it comes across it. Because many times you notice that
if Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
On the broadcast administration, we want to give the government of Liberia an ultimatum of 72 hours to provide a living body of the chairman of the Student Unification Party, or else there will be a catastrophic pneumonia in the Republic of Liberia. To arrest the chairman of the Student Unification Party, only because the government feel intimidated about the Vanguard Party advocacies.
The government got capital road, small, road, B road, all kinds of place. I think the reason Joseph Baker will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.
So good evening, good afternoon to our many listeners, our viewers, whatever you are watching us live from. Welcome to this live broadcast here on the Closing Argument Show. And my name is Myean the Torgbean, your regular host and presenter of the Closing Argument Show. So tonight, like I said earlier, tonight, Mr. Jerome Gayman will not come on due to his trip to Africa. So we'll not see Mr. Jerome Gayman on for tonight, and then probably tomorrow we'll not see Mr. Gayman on. So I'm going to be here until I get Mr. Sylvester Pewee, and then Dr. Henry Peabody and the rest of the folks there. Hopefully they will join me in a few minutes from now. But welcome, whatever you are watching us live from. I encourage you to share the show. Whatever you are watching us live from, others are asking for the link. So just keep sharing the show until we are with the other panelists. But as we go through, we'll bring on some other discussions here. So we have a lot of trending national issues as it relates to this December, where we are seeing a lot of Liberians coming back from the States to have some wonderful time here in Liberia. Most especially, they have a saying that says, once a Liberian, always a Liberian. So many of them are coming back to Liberia to have some time here with all of family members. So whatever you are watching us live from, I would appreciate if you just share the show. So to our listeners who are listening to us on Kia Radio and also on Truth FM 96.1, I would appreciate you if you just invite other friends, family members, community brothers, just to listen to the Closing Argument Show as you always do. So today we have training information where others we're seeing it on the media, like for some of our folks who don't have the Android phones, who usually follow the radio, they are always tuned to Truth FM or Kia Radio at about this time to listen to the show, to know what's exactly happening within the country, and also to hear from the Liberian people how the country is going. So as you may be aware, today the House of Senate is also in session to pass this 1.2 billion budget. Yeah, so they are in session. So we hope to get the final decision there. But what we've been hearing from the House of Senate is that other Senate members are here pushing for their counties, saying that if the government is getting a certain revenue from that county, they should also help to improve that county budget in whatever sectors. They should help to improve that county budget, because if you getting a lot of money from Nima County, let's say for instance, if you getting a lot of money from Nima County and then time for the budget, you are not allocating an amount that will be able to help the people of Nima County, that will be able to settle in for some of their benefits. Some of the senators see it like it's against the people's right. It's not being shared properly or equally, because this 1.2 billion, there are a lot of things that people been saying about it. There are a lot of government ministry agencies that money were allocated, but they are not surfaced on the public, that wherein people know that social amount were allocated for this ministry or this agency. That's why people don't know. But there are a lot of government institutions in the back. They are not like where people say the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Education, and other permanent institutions. They are already on the face, but there are a lot of them who are in the back. They are taking a lot of money, and then some of these counties where you see they are generating, the government is generating a lot of revenues from them. They are not being able to get what is within, or rather take a lot of money from the counties and then just let the people to just be in the county lawmaker, either other government official in their own, and then the people are not benefiting. So, Mr. Pewee, I'd like to say welcome. You just joined us. Welcome. I know. Are you hearing me? Mr. Pewee, are you there? Oh, okay. I think he's a little bit busy. So, like I was saying, so these are things that some of the lawmakers are pushing for their various counties, because at the House of Senate, there were some of the lawmakers push their agenda. Like people say, the House of Representatives, some of them just go in session. They're not doing what they're supposed to do. Like some of the representative up to now, some of them haven't getting their benefits. Some of them, their district development form was seized due to some other political reason, while some of them, because of absence or whatever reasons, their district development forms were not given. So many of you in the districts, many of you in the county won't know what exactly going on. So like some of the reporters will say there are a lot of things going on within the Vera districts. There are a lot of things going on within the Vera County, the rural area. But the people are not going to look at it. They're just going to see their lawmaker well dressed in whatever outfit and just go to Capitol building. And then you see them say, yeah, the lawmaker is here to represent the people. But some of them, if you enter their district, you ask for their very homes, you are not going to identify to say, yeah, this is a lawmaker. But the amount of money that some of them are eating, you won't believe it. Most especially when it comes to committee, when it comes to public hearing, some of them, they are always on top. But if you enter that district to even identify a horse for them, it's very, very difficult. Like I'll show you an example to one of Nima County Representative Don Grikia. He has been one of the person who people have been complaining about him over the past 2 years since he was elected. He is the first lawmaker of district number 6 to be elected the second time. And since he was elected the second time, the people have been complaining over what they call he abandoned the district for over 2 years now. If you see the lawmaker office that is within his district, you won't be there because the entire district, the entire office is surrounded by grass. You will not find anyone within that area, not to even visit a home to see any of the family members living there. So it's somehow sad for the people because the people who are in the rural part, not many people will see what exactly is going on there because they won't have the opportunity, but rather to focus on some of the lawmakers who are in the urban area, like Mosurado, you see Magibi, you see Bomi, Bon County. These are areas that people really focus on, like Grand Bassa. But if you go down like Sano, Maryland, if you go down like River G, in other parts, you get to know what exactly people is going. There are some people within the rural area, in the rural part, some of them are still drinking from creeks. If you visit some of these places, you see they are using the wild leaves to drink from the creeks while their lawmakers at the Capitol building. Some of them are eating hamburger, shawarma, and the rest of them. But to even visit the people to spend a week in the district is very difficult for them because they see it like it's a bukume for them. After the people have elected them, they just abandon the district. And then one of the surprising things is that leave that district, going another person's district to build there and live there. So, Mr. Pewee, I think you, Mr. Pewee, are you getting me?
Yes, I'm here. I had one or two issues.
Okay. Thank you.
To just come down to my usual area. Yeah. Thank you, Myean. But before we can get this started, I don't know if I paying some deep attention to. Before we can move this, that means I say a wonderful good evening to all of our very resilient listeners and very committed followers this evening. But before we can continue, I would like for you to just take, that's maybe you said one or two not too long ago, but you to take a couple of minutes, 2 minutes to just run through the headline back home. I thought I didn't see. I was trying to review this quickly, but if you can do that, then we can just move this. Then we can begin the program swiftly. So, but just 2 minutes to just tell us the basic headline today in the country.
Okay, so like I said earlier, Mr. Pewee, the House of Senate is currently in session, trying to have some disagreement and agreement on the 1.2 billion budget that's being proposed. And then few days or week ago, we saw the House of Representatives was also in session, and then they closed. So today the House of Senate will be closing. So they are already in session. Some of the lawmakers are raising out some issues that they noticed within the budget, that some of the counties generated high revenue. And then when the budget is being placed on the low through, some of the counties that have generated high revenue, they are not seeing the amount they should be seeing within that budget. So there are a lot of disagreement within that. So we also saw today Liberia Drugs Enforcement Agency arrested a 38 years old Nigerian from Grangeda County, where people are still doubting. I say possible that people are still bringing in some of these substances within our country, and they are using it like a medicine. Where if you see it, if you don't know how it is, like you take it to be a medicine because it is in a script, and then it is also a drugs. So Liberian people are still concerned. Also today we saw on the Liberia Drug Enforcement Agent head was on Biago was on the state-run radio today, where he mentioned that Liberia is being used as a transit point over the past years, and also Liberia is also being used as a transit point currently, but they are fighting to see how best they can put an end or to limit the transiting of drugs within our country. And then he also mentioned that with the bordering country, Liberia, Africa, Guinea, Sierra Leone is being on a high increase of transporting drugs within our country, where they have noticed Sierra Leone have been one of the countries that have been transporting drugs within our country. And then to the judiciary, we also saw the Supreme Court denies the petition for a writ of prohibition for ex-finance minister and others at the court. And then there are a lot of information from Liberia, so maybe Sir can just come in, but that's for my. Also, not forgetting from the court, also the former Minister of Justice Frank Musadin. The court also revealed his ruling on the criminal law court, says that the decision of the lower court is against the former Minister of Justice. So I'll just like to stop there, so you can just take it from there if you have any development.
Yeah, but before Sir can come in, what we need to do next time moving forward, at least we need to always have the Myean, the headlines of the day can just be placed in the chat, so that we wouldn't be that we'll say ask you to do some summary. And that is important, but it's important that we always just do it in a way that we push the headline, then we won't use the headline just going through, but if you were to go through it this way sometimes. So I think moving forward, let's do that. Let the daily headline be at least 15 minutes before the show. So I think we can do that. But Sir, go ahead, please.
A pleasant good evening, Mr. Pewee. I want to say thank you. Only just few. Mine already pushed out most of the trending issues. It's just that from the House of Senate, the Senate had concurred with the legislature in passing two concession agreements. One had to do with the Ivanhoe Atlantic's Rail Access Agreement and the Oranto and Total Engine Oil Agreement. So just 1 hour ago, the House of Senate have concurred with the representative in signing these two controversial concession agreement, and more to be signed as we speak. So from my end, that's it.
Okay, thank you. But so basically, and as Maya started, we've been going through a lot of different issues in the country, if you will. But the main instrument, the national budget, is a major law that we stay with the passage of that. We learned that the Senate is debating that. We told that the House already passed that, and I was trying to get to a member of the Honorable Senate, also someone from there, particularly the Ways, Means and Finance Committee, to engage them from their perspective as to what is it that the House sent to them, if it was the budget, the way it was presented to the Speaker of the Legislature by the government of Liberia through the Office of the Minister of Finance and Development Planning. We're hoping to see some critical issue if the budget got passed in the same numbers. $1.211 billion is a very ambitious budget, the first time ever in the history of our country for the budget to reach the said amount. That's an extraordinary amount. If we can move, and according to the Minister of Finance and Development Planning, also the budget, we from our domestic revenue mobilization, we're going to be raising from the domestic revenue envelope almost $900+ million. That amount is going to be raised from our domestic revenue. That's a huge boost if it is done, if it is passed. And so we look forward to that. We hope that the government will meet that target, and because if that money is collected and we structure it towards, it's just that we have to prioritize some major area that will promote creating worth in the country and trying to reduce poverty, if you will, and increasing infrastructure development. There are critical areas in the country that we really need to see improve. Some very critical area. The agriculture sector is one of those key areas. Unfortunately, this budget does not reflect the agricultural sector in a more effective way that will allow the government speak via her own manifesto. That is the arrest agenda. Pillar 1 of that agenda is agriculture. I want to understand why this budget didn't reflect, but hopefully we hope that there are some changes that will reflect that sector being considered or prioritized, if you will, and the other sectors also. Another sector that is very key is the health, rural, and educational sector. These sectors also need some very strong interventions, and one we want to call that if the country is going to do anything to move forward in a more positive way, we will have to consider these sectors and push some real resources into those areas and see some critical interventions so that the country will begin to shift from the dependency syndrome to creating a worth-creating sector that will help allow everyone to move on. And the government will have to take the lead in that direction. So that is very critical. We await. I saw part of the analysis done by the former Minister of Finance and Development Planning, and concerning this whole budget thing, and it was passed. So a lot of critical issue, those concession things. It's good that the Senate finally concord on that on those two agreements. There are other critical agreements that are still lingering, that have been lingering in this legislative committee rooms for some time now. So we hope to see these things handle the way and manner that will reflect some positive development towards the Liberian people. So it's important that we take note of those things in the critical area. But another area, Myean, before we can push to some, we will have to go back and discuss the budget. But another critical area you talk about in your just concluded monologue is the area of the drugs area. It's a very serious thing. I met the acting head of the DEA briefly, almost a week and a half ago. Before I left, it was a day before I left from the country. We had a very frank discussion, and I commended him on a serious note of. I met him briefly at a lagoon where I have gone to have some meeting with some partner, if you will. We had frank discussions, and I commended him of his stewardship, that he started on a very good footing, and we hope and pray that he continue to be fearless. He shouldn't bend on the focus of he's bringing to bear in terms of the enthusiasm, the operational plan he's brought to bear, and all of things. He's been very effective, if you will, and it's something that we as people we have to dearly understand. And beyond understanding these things, we have to understand moving the country forward to have a drugs-free society. You need to have a compromising leader that will head the DEA, because that area is drugs in the country is a massive threat towards national security. It's enemy of the states. Is going to hit the young people. The young people are supposed to be the future leaders of the country, we ought to protect them. So it's important on a serious note that he's considering those things. I mean, what I will call on him to do is to not allow politicians to come the way of that. I listened to him yesterday, or someone posted something saying that he was seized in a house that drugs is found in. And one of the stalwart of the Unity Party, Moali, ignorantly posted that. And I would say ignorantly posted that because he knew the legal implication of that statement. He wouldn't have done that. The DA does not seize house. It's the court that does. So again, it's just very much, and I understand he's overzealous, and I understand the exuberance he brings to bear. We all commend him for that. If you were to find out it's the court, you cannot seize it. I don't know the way he meant it, but I would hope that he meant to say the court would do and all of things. And that's one of the reasons why this government is back to back failing the rule of law. We ought to respect the rule of law and adhere to the justice system of our country. It is clear. Under our jurisprudence, no government institutions got the right arbitrarily to seize someone's property if that process didn't go through the litigation process. They have to go through the rule of law. They have to go through an entire legal scenario. It's the court that got the power to do so. And one would have to be liable of said conditions based on the circumstances, but to come up arbitrarily. And I thought he may have slipped, or he meant differently. But for a party zeal, a party ideologue, if you will, I don't know, he's very ideological, to start posting that ignorantly is concerning some of us, and it's part of the reasons part why we have to have this kind of a discussions and on that line. Now, listen, the drugs issue in the country is national epidemic, and we all collectively, I want to believe, every Liberian will support the action of this current president about he considering this a zero tolerance. If this would be, and he moved to restructure, there have been the first group of people he appointed, he moved to dismiss all of them. He brought another team in, he dismissed the entire team also, and this is the third batch of individuals now. But this batch currently, this guy is in an acting capacity, but I believe that he got some serious hold on the institutions. His rating, his approval rating in the country looks very good, as per my own personal evaluation. And I would think everyone will share the same thing across the country. He's been really praised, and I will hope that he will seek some guidance, he seeks some level of professionalism to bring to bear. And the president warned the last time during a cabinet meeting that the guys from the Drugs Enforcement Agency should not see the uniform to fight drugs as it means to intimidate the innocent people of the country. And the president was right on that, I want to believe. So we ought to look at different critical areas of the country and believe that the focus of our mission is to free the country of drugs, to ensure that the young people will move and provide a lot of different opportunities for the young people. And part of the reasons why we ought to encourage this and move with this campaign to see a drugs-free society is to focus more or less on also pushing the government to create more avenue for other youth development programs, different TVET activities. We ought to develop different technical means in terms of the technological war. It was said that the government of the Unity Party, Ambassador Joseph Newman Boakai, was said to create 10,000 technical opportunities for jobs in the technical field, if you will, in terms of the technological areas. And that was a commendable thing when we heard it, but currently we are nothing about that. And we hope that it was not just a scam, another lie also. We hope the government will push to initiate these things to empower a lot of young people, because if you want to disabuse the concept of those people for not engaging into those activities that will be counterproductive towards the country forward march, you ought to engage the country into something I want to call different technical programs, different set of TVET initiative that will have to come to bear. You ought to also meticulously play in terms of what kind of a program would be more result oriented for the young people. We know yet most of them will want to go to the technical, to the academic areas after high school. Are we seeing most of the young people now shifting towards plumbing, electricians? We to create in the electrical areas. We develop the line of creating more electricians, more plumbers, if you will, right? Those that are into general construction and all those things. The University of Liberia, I'm told, got the engineering departments. What are we doing to ensure that the technical area is also going to serve and help our people to do a lot of things moving forward? So it's important that we take note of these things and just go through these things, man. But I think the fact that we ought to move and notice interventions from the government. The DEA, the last time I'm told, they got 15 brand new pickups, double cabin pickups. Now, what are we doing also in terms of empowering the DEA in different areas? For instance, programming areas. The drug laws of our country is very comprehensive. Now, the aspect of fighting drugs is not only to move from the operational aspect to come high on people, arrest them, process them to court. There are other areas that the law provide also that we have to creating different sort of program in trying to. There's a detox program. How can we create those kind of a detox program in the terms of all of those guys that are already into this thing to have them into the detox program and that will successfully move through in seeing them rehabilitated completely. So there will have to be a system that we ought to follow. What is the DEA doing in terms of the community engagement mechanism? We ought to also see that play. And I will hope and probably hope to talk to the acting chief, the other side of it that will have to engage in the community outreach also is very important. So to fight drugs is important, but to also put into place system that will continuously curb it or stem it is also very important. It's critical towards the element of creating these kind of conditions is also very important that we ought to note. So it is part of that we want to see into the country, and we can do a basic line of how we justify the way we want to do. It's going to be a comprehensive roadmap. And that roadmap will have to be a sustainable process. It wouldn't be something that we all sit and believe that we cannot move through the cracks on that. So, yeah, on a most serious note, there will have to be critical things we ought to consider. But the important nature of that also is the biggest battle is that the critical aspect of the thing is also the national budget that we are talking about. But Myean, quickly, let me find out this from both you and Sai. The debate today in the legislature. I know you guys ever follow the debate in the Liberia Senate. And can you now confirm that the Honorable House went on her Christmas break? Is that confirmed?
So the House of Senate is still in session right now. It's just the House of Representatives that is on break right now. Are you hearing me?
Go ahead, I'm hearing you. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm saying the House of Senate is in session while the House of Representatives is on break. So per the Constitution or the law is that when the first House close after 5 working days before the next House close. So because of that, most often we see the House of Representatives can be the first to close. So when they close, it was how after 5 working days, and then which of course falls on today. That's why the House of Senate is closing.
Okay, great. Yeah, that I know that's constitutional. So the House, but so it's confirmed that the Senate also closed today. Is that confirmed? Did the Senate confirm concur with the House on the passage of the national budget?
Yes.
So the budget has not been passed.
The budget.
It have been passed. So this follow after majority senator voted for the fiscal envelope.
So what on that envelope? Why is it the same amount that were reflected in what was presented to the speaker? The $1.211 billion.
Yes, and also in that process, a few other senators like Senator Ellie Snow and Senator Samuel Koga voted against the envelope of the latest budget news.
So from the Liberian Senate, is it Senator Snow voted against the passage of the budget?
Yes, Senator Snow and Senator Samuel Koga.
Snow and Koga.
Yes.
These are people that voted against the budget.
Yeah. They voted against the concurrence of the budget.
Okay. All right, but the budget was finally passed today. All of
Yeah, it was finally passed.
It was finally passed today. That's good. So many 2 senators voted. No one abstained.
No.
2 senators voted against. No one abstained. The rest voted for.
Yes,
so 28. So if I'm getting you right, 28 senators voted in favor of the budget.
Yes, yes.
And 2 voted against.
Yes, 2, which is Senator Ellie Snow and Samuel Koga. Yeah.
Now, in the voting process, did any of them state the reason why they voted against?
So, like I was saying, some of them said what they expect for some other agency or ministry, they are not getting it within that budget. So that's why some of them outline some of the major area. Like some of the lawmakers said, if you allocating a budget within a particular county or area, and then you are generating more revenue from that area, you should see our best to increase their budget so that next time you can be able to get more from them. But if you taking more from them, giving them less, it will not be good for them. And a lot of reason he outlined.
Oh, okay, good. Mr. Nagbe, welcome to the closing argument. Welcome.
Thank you, sir, Mr. Pewee. It's good to be with you. Thank you very much. What's up, Myean and Bio?
I'm okay, Mr. Nagbe. I never call you Mr. Gayman just now.
I know. Mr. Gayman is he is usually the one here this time, but yeah, it's good to be with you guys. And I'm listening coming in, and I know you and Sylvester are talking. Did you say only Senator Koga and Snow? So Senator Kamara voted for the budget?
He voted for.
So Kamara voted for?
Yes.
Okay.
That's interesting.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Nagbe.
No, I'm just kind of I'm trying to process it because over the past few days, Senator Kone has really been putting out some very thought-provoking, some would say blistering critique of the budget in the form that it is in, and actually openly calling for the budget not to be voted into passage until the funds are reallocated more appropriately. I mean, he named a number of things, the underfunding of agriculture, underfunding of education, a couple of things. And so I'm really taken aback. I mean, I can understand Senator Snow. I didn't see Senator Koga voting against. I'm confused and shocked that Senator Amarakone actually voted for this budget. But before I pass it to you, I think Senator Koga not voting is noteworthy. That is, I think, is a public culmination of the divide that has been sort of percolating between he and the current vice president. I mean, the executive, which the vice president is a part of, is calling for the passage of this budget, and the Senate, the vice president's home base senator is one of those who are voting against the budget. That is concerning, and it truly, I think, confirms what we've been saying, that NIMBA is going to be in play come 2029. You know.
Absolutely, and yes, probably Senator Conan may have gotten some answers to his concern. Probably he may have gotten some answers to his concern, but I would hope that that would be the reason why he. That's why I asked the question. I said we all voted for, who abstained, but they said no one abstained. 2 voted against, and so many. If all senators were in attendance today, that means that 28 voted for and 2 voted against, because there was no extension. No one abstained. No one abstained. So if that's the case, meaning the budget, the Senate concur with the Honorable House, they will be presenting to the president, and something I believe the president going to sign it hopefully tomorrow or even Monday, latest Monday, and it will be signed by the president and printed into him. There, will become for law, full-fledged law of the state. So yeah, we will be seeking some reason, and reason why you said that. I think there's justification on your point about Senator Cornyn own thing, because he came out with some major critique and other things. So one will understand are those conditions that he raised, they've been there with been caution being answered, or it was just meant to critique it and move on, and something people would need some answers from him as to why, if he's voted for it. And that's one of the reasons I would say actually if he really voted for the budget, then we'll get some clear understanding and explanation from his side as per some of the reasons why he did that. But again, Samuel Koga, I know very well Koga being a little critical of recent time, and I think Ms. Koga believed that he's not being given some attention, major attention. He's consider himself as the big senator of Nemakane.
Right.
He consider himself that. And if nobody knows this, I know for a fact that Koga is one person that he loves to be a kind of a predominant person. And I don't know if he will dominate in this space. Now, with the vice president there in the county, and as the vice president of the republic, I don't think he's going to have that time to be seen as the giant in Nemakane. So that, if it is not well managed, it's going to cause some political tension and political divide between the both men, and that may not sound a good moving forward. So it's part of the reason, Koga, these are signs he's showing up to them that, hey, I'm not happy. I need some attention. I need some attention. And I don't know if the re-establishment are going to do that.
And you're right. He's not being entirely quiet about his dissatisfaction with I think how he's being regarded in the political makeup of NIMBA. I think you're quite right. We all know how much he fought for the coronation, for the title of being the one who will be stepping in Senator Johnson's place, the heir apparent. And I think he fought very hard to confirm that perception. I mean, we all remember the jumping and all that stuff, and so I think he is unhappy, I think, with what he's being made to be. I don't think where he is where he would prefer to be as the number 2 person, the second most powerful person, perhaps from NIMBA. I think he will want that to be probably given to the vice president, which I think is just impossible. I mean, the vice president is the second most powerful man in the country. he cannot be subservient to a senator. And so, like I said, I think Senator Koga is prepping himself, perhaps, to be the number 2 president in the country, and I think he has a right to imagine himself being that. I don't think, I think, but until he becomes that, I think the fact remains that the current arrangement makes the vice president the most senior government official coming from Nimba. Yeah. Could the vice president, and maybe he tried, but could he have tried to bring under the umbrella, all the brethrens, and under the umbrella and form one big union? That would have helped, and I hope he hasn't given up on that. But I think Senator Koga doesn't see that happening, and I think he's bothered by that. And so, yeah, we'll see. And I also want to agree with you that Senator Cornyn may have been able to force some issues on the table, and which may have probably reassured him to vote for this budget. As we all know, budgets are always recast. They can always be. So I think maybe there is a compromise that, look, let it go. We'll make sure, to recast this, but there are some more pressing things that we need to handle now. So let it go. But you can rest assured, I don't know, that's possible. Hey, politics is about, give and take, Sylvester. Compromises, sometimes you lose some, you win some. And, a lot of us have said here over and elsewhere, sometimes you win by losing, and a loss is not always a loss, And so I don't even know if Senator Cornyn is thinking of this in terms of win or, lose. I think he just wanted to make sure to highlight the issues. And I think we've all taken note. And I believe that his colleagues in government in the rescue community have also taken note of some of these things. And by all means, he's not the only person who has, highlighted some of these issues. And many people have, including the CMC as well. I mean, that was continuing our rebuttal to the budget. We're just shocked that, agriculture being one of the pillars of this rescue government, we're surprised by how much little attention is being paid to agriculture. I mean, 1.1% of the budget, 1.1% of the budget. We don't think that is an absolute affirmation of a commitment to, agricultural pursuit, self-sufficiency. Coupled with that, you have a very brilliant Minister of Agriculture, very capable, Dr. Nuta, for full disclosure, he's my UPP colleague, formerly UPP. I'm not sure if he's still a part of it, but, my colleagues know him very well. I didn't know him, but I understand, he came through the ranks of the UPP, howbeit. I think he's a very capable person, and apparently he does have on the table a very, very well-meaning, program that should run for 6 years at over $700 million. So we're in year 2 of this government. I think he crafted the 2024, so there's probably making year 1 going to year 2 as well. And how much are we put against that? So that should tell you if we are ever going to attain that target or not.
Absolutely, yes. And there's been some seeds of battle on social media. So I saw a guy trying to attack him yesterday, that he was trying to pay folks to go after the Minister of Finance. I don't know how true is that, but I thought it's not. I don't think the agricultural minister will want to do that. It's just a fight if he's getting 1.3% of the budget, which of course, ironically, is one of the rest agenda. That's quite unfortunate. So you have to state it. But stating that does not mean he's hiring guns to go after the Minister of Finance. And other thing, I think the guys didn't just prioritize the agricultural sector. Probably their own policy, they didn't understand the way to project it well in terms of this budget. Hopefully they will do some in terms of the recast, if they will do that. and they will concentrate and reflecting to the agricultural sector also. As you said, yeah, Dr. Lunta is a very capable and competent person. I think if there's effective plan with the agricultural sector, that's a sector that we all have said time to time. Even the Weir administration emphasized the agricultural sector. They brought Minister, slipping the name now, but she came in, Jenny Cooper, she came in as the Minister of Agriculture. There was this plan. She came with a very high recommendation that she work on some system of the UN, all those things. We didn't still see much in the agricultural sector, to be honest, because it's a sector that I believe that should be creating a lot of worth, right? It's a worth creating sector if the government really prioritize that sector. You only go give market money to that sector and believe that any major transformation is going to happen there. No, it's just going to be the same thing. We've had donors, different donors organizations, or if you will, pumping millions of dollars there. Sometimes some of those millions will go back to expatriates that will come and take those balloon salary and then live large in the country and all those things. And if you went to the rural part of the country, you're going to see some bowls, this project, that project, this project. And sometimes you go and see nothing will come out from those things in terms of that. How are we helping to, how we want to call it, local farmers so that there will be capacity there in growing their own food to be self-sufficient? That program, there was a pilot program that was only in certain direction at the time, again, Nagbe, but that didn't, again, we didn't see it through in terms of effectively trying to support that, right? It didn't. We brought, sometimes you will see they will bring some colaxes, others from machetes, hooks, and diggers, and all those things, and axe, if you will, giving the, and when those things arrive in the country, then you start seeing them with street peddlers. Vending them in the street. It will not, people will take those things and get it, and it wouldn't go to the targeted individuals that are really into the major farming activities and all those things. So we have not been doing that. We have been supporting our local farmers in terms of giving them seed crops and other things, giving them support, so giving them other fertilizers, other insecticides that will help them prevent those the crops being damaged by different set of diseases and all those things. So there will have to be an effective program into the agricultural sector also. We don't have to start on the bigger scale, on the mechanized scale, in terms of being very industrious, but we start from the other lower scale and encourage large scale farmers that are doing these things. There are sort of Liberian farmers that are growing watermelon. There are some growing pepper. Now, can we empower these people that are doing the watermelon, the peppers, the peanuts, and all those things to do on a large scale? Because if they did on a large scale, what it does, Mr. Nagbe, is that it will stop Liberians from crossing the border into Guinea and Cote d'Ivoire or going to Burkina Faso for what we call peanuts and peppers, right? Sometimes you see people bringing peppers back across from Guinea and other things. So you ought to have the program. You already have the soil. What program can you do to help the local farmers? That sort of will integrate into those things, and then you have to also bring a program that will push to preserving most of those perishable crops, if you will, right? So the preservation of these things are critical also towards them getting to the market, creating effective farm-to-market role. And what is the farm-to-market role? Are we, for instance, you see a lot of Liberians bringing to avocado coming from the rural part of the country. Some will get rotten even before arriving to red light.
Right.
The bella ball, the tomatoes, right? All these things. These are crops that get damaged in no time. Are we doing things to set up? I don't know what is the agricultural plan. Are we setting up basic refrigerators in different regions of the country? Yeah. That if the goods arrive here, there's no thing there are refrigerator, you put it in to get it safe so that it will be ready to be transported readily, right? Some of those things. So that's the problem we face with. So it's a very major thing. And
no, you're right. You're right. If we don't have the capacity yet, and I'll go back to Jenny Cooper you talked about earlier. I don't know. I never even met her, but I'll go on a limb to say here, from Cooper to Nuta now, anybody else. You will be as effective as the system allows you to be. How much support you're giving, right? No matter how well-meaning your program is, you have to be given the support to do what you want to do. And so I'm going to venture to say whatever program she may have put on the books or on the table, she probably didn't get the necessary support, to move it along. Having said that, you're right. If we cannot afford right now to go mechanize, to mechanize farming, which is where the future is, work less and read more. We're still doing the backbreaking manual work. People bend over, hunch over, carrying heavy loads and all these things. Tractors and all these machines are helping people. These people, you see them on the farm here. They have machine for everything. Machine to weed, machine to plant, machine to harvest, machine to package, machine to load. They have machines for everything. You hardly do. You just push buttons and direct the machine. If we can't afford to do that now, then we need to teach our people efficiency. You talked about produce getting rotten. By the time they leave the market, leave the farm to go to the market. We in Liberia, we primarily still seasonal farmers. You see some goods, some produce. There's corn season, but here you see these things are all year round because they've managed to figure out a way, to store, to manage these things so that they're available year round. You go to the store, you see mango, plum. We call plum. You see it every day, 24/7. 365. You see it. You see banana. You see all of these crops that are mostly seasonal, back home. So we have to then go out there and teach our people methods, that will make them more efficient and reduce the waste. They're already not producing a lot, and then yet we lose a good part of it to waste because we don't know how to preserve, and extend the life on this produce. So, but let me welcome the chief. I can't even see him because eyes cover, head cover, everything cover. What's up, man?
Man, are you gonna pop that style of gas?
Hey, Mr. Nagbe, man.
Man.
What's up, man? Tommy, how you doing?
Myean, how you guys doing, man?
All right.
Yeah, in the spirit of the Christmas, the holidays.
I hear you.
And I don't know, but you guys, the Senate, they just concur with the House on some crucial bills.
But, we're discussing that, but you can come with something that you know.
I want Myean to put the picture and let people see how they voted today. Myean, got that video?
Yeah.
Let's see how everybody voted today.
Yeah.
Whose video?
I sent it in your inbox. Check it. The one with the pro temp picture on it. Just put it. Let's see how everybody voted just now.
But at least the Senate concurred today with the House in passing the budget.
They did, and like Chief Tomlin and other bills too.
Y'all watch this. See how everybody voted today. A few hours ago rather. They got it on record. Another one, man. The one with the put temp picture on it.
All right, folks. This is
the one with the put temp picture. Yeah, but while he getting it ready, and then also they finally ratified the Ivanhoe Atlantic deal.
Yeah.
They voted to ratify it, but not all the senators voted in favor. Our Senator Kamara, he voted for the Total deal and against the Oranto deal.
Yes.
And so, but at least, the country, that's where we are. At least he gave the reason why he voted the way he voted.
The LTA something that something went through now today.
Oh, I'll not follow up on it. I know there are the two big things today.
Yeah, those are two big ones. I didn't hear about it.
Yeah,
the
Might be give you some.
President Pro Tempore. I vote yes to all. Yes. I vote yes. Senator Western and Finley. Yes.
I vote no to all.
Kehleboe Brown.
As long as this important bills were not debated on this floor, I'll vote no to all.
I vote yes for all.
You all vote yes for all.
Yes for all.
So, my panel.
I vote yes for all.
Yes to all.
Hey, wait, I'm yes to all. I vote yes to all. Yes.
Yes to all.
I vote no to Oriental, the very bad day. I vote yes to the power.
Senator Wellington G. Smith.
As a coastal county whose interest was not in the concession, I vote against all. I vote no to all.
To have children. Yes. Yes to all. Good yes. After consultative meetings, I vote yes.
I vote yes for total and no.
You were presided by the vice president presided today.
Why is it not Senate? Why is it not
Six. 2/3.
Mr. President of the Senate, distinguished members, members of the Senate, total 21 votes, and Oranto 20 votes.
Well, that's it there. You saw it, they're on record. When the posterity will judge those votes. But I pray one of these days that all of us that can one day enter that house, be a member of the Senate of the House, and be able to really vote our conscience and for the greater good of the country. But like Kamara, in his explanation on his page, he wrote why he voted against Oranto, which I think made a lot of sense. And like somebody said, it wasn't debated well. I was in Liberia. I witnessed one of their session, and Myean and Dillon came strong against it. And but you see what happened today. The way the vote went. But again, as I said, when the posterity would judge them. But Pewee, I don't know what your thoughts on this, Mr. Nagbe.
Well, I mean, I read Senator Connor's, write-up, and I don't know if I have anything to add to what he wrote. I think he's counting on three major things. The major one being Oranto's inability to prove his competence in this area. It has no demonstrated no record. It has no assets. It is collateralizing the assets of another corporation, which is entirely different. It doesn't have any standing in this area. And yet, is allowed to take on this huge responsibility. And then he talked about the signature bonus. This is something usually is a one-time deal. I'm the first time hearing of signature bonus being spread over, I think, 4 years or so.
They're not full. They're doing the people doing installment now. I think 4 installment. So the 200 million was packing,
Exactly. So well, at the 200 million, I think it was coming from Asala Metal. So, but now it's standing. You're right. I think $15 million will be spread over, 4 years. So he is alleging that Oranto is given a pass based on his paper competence and not necessarily his demonstrated competence. And he worries that this is a mistake. And I think he has reliance for that claim. Oranto has been here before. We've seen this song before. We all remember how, what they did here during the previous UP government. And he believes that this is going to happen again. This is going to be another purchase to flip and move on to something else. So I think those are very concerning. And with all of that, for this outfit to have even been in the space that it is in, it's just really astounding. All of us being aware of what happened previously, 12 years or so years ago, to have even allowed these people to come in here and compete, not only compete, to win the approval of the government of Liberia. What does it say about I don't know. Maybe there's something we don't know, but it really doesn't sound patriotic at all. Right now, I'm not feeling the patriotism right now in some of these decisions that have been made.
Yeah, on a more serious note, and for that's legislative politics, if you will, or in other words, people will say that that's parliamentarian politics. You see, people will seek their own interests. They will do from the partisan perspective. Sometimes, if it's something that's border on in the civilized war, when there's something that is border on national security interest, they will have the bipartisan approach. There will be bipartisan approach to these things and all of that. But now, more or less, most time in the country, we always have this issue about the lawmakers seeking their personal interests. It's all been the case in many cases in some in the country. So the fact that you see some of them will have the wherewithal to vote against. Now moving on, you see people. There are few folks that can strengthen most of the lawmakers. Also, those that will want to stand with certain guts to say this is what we're going to do. We're going to stand for the people of this country. And sometimes you see other lawmakers will learn from that. They get the courage from there also, and to stand behind their colleagues in seeking the interest of the Liberian people. So, but these are critical areas of the country. If you see people coming in, the budget now been passed. The ArcelorMittal deal is done. They promised the $200 million. That's going to be a one-time hit if everything is on course. Those other deals, the signature fee you're going to spread, it's not as big as the ArcelorMittal deal. But the problem is that we ought to be reviewing these things on the basis of national interest, and we prioritize national interest. If we were to do that and seek the interest of the masses, it's critical. And then you do that, you go to sleep, even if you're eating some corrupt money, you go to sleep tonight and drink a wine and have a nice sleep, right? And you wake up the next morning and tell your wife, say, cook me some pepper soup or so, give me some, you while while taking the pepper soup, you you meet them and
you sound like you still got Moravia on your mind.
Yeah, you do that and say, yeah, I'm seeing this from because if the people are benefiting by and large, and then you somehow getting some fictitious benefit from outside somewhere. It's still wrong, but that is understandable. But if the people are living in object destitution, they are hopeless, they are hungry, there's no vision for them, nothing whatsoever. And then you in the midst of pillaging state resources, that would be the most dangerous thing anyone want to do. You will have a lot of sleeplessness. You won't sleep. You won't. So to push us in a way that we do things that would represent the coverage of what we believe is what we want to see unfold in the country. We ought to have to ground to stand on. So if I see senators or lawmakers coming up to say, I vote no to all, I hope they're doing it for their own conviction. I hope they're doing it because they read and they understand the ramification of what they're voting against or what they're voting in favor of. So that's the line. We ought to protect the people of the country, even if we'll have to abstain or not vote or disrupt the voting process. That's the way to do it. But a lot of things going to happen moving forward. The Senate going for break. The next time we expect the president will be speaking in the next 4 weeks. No, 4 to 5 weeks. Yeah, we stay here 5 weeks from now. The president will be speaking.
The fourth working Monday, right?
Yeah, basically 5.5 weeks from now, he's going to be speaking, giving the State of the Nation address to the Republic on the affairs of year 2 of his governance. The president is coming to say a lot of things. I believe, I will preempt, he's coming to say, what he believes he have achieved. That State of the Nation address is always political. It's not a form of campaigning as to what you think you believe you have done. But in actual sense, as to what is unfolding in the country, we will want to sit from distance and say to you, Mr. President, even though you're coming to put something on paper to tell the people of Liberia through the legislature, times are tough. So we hope that the president will do a lot of things to change things in the 2026 period that we are about to enter in by the grace of God. Yes, on a serious note. It is important.
You're talking about, I'm sorry, did you learn?
Yes.
I was just going to mention, you talked about, making these decisions and going to bed, right? And feeling good about what you did, and you get them in the money, you can drink your little pepper soup and sit on the porch, enjoy yourself and feel good about it. But I think we didn't have time to talk about the latest report, Liberia Extractive Industry, report, 16th report. Last year, we talked about it briefly again. That report is out. 1.35 billion. You know how much we got? $152 million.
I mentioned yesterday.
Yeah, you did. I'm sorry. I missed you guys yesterday. I was kind of, but yeah. So, Sylvester, and this is what really I am really trying to wrap my mind around understanding. Is it that we don't negotiate in good faith, or we don't know how to negotiate, or both? We don't care. 1.35 billion generated in revenue last year under this rescue government. No excuses. It's not about they were in motion or whatever. Yeah. We got only $152 million. And yet we're crying, Sweet Relief is leaving, Yusuf is leaving us, when we really, really, I think if we look seriously, we can muster the resources to develop our country. How do we draw up these contracts? What are the clauses we put in these contracts, And I'm sorry, Chief, if you talked about it already, I'm just going to mention it because I wasn't with you guys. But I read this report and I'm saying, I didn't read all of it. And I got to give credit to my brother here in bio. I think he's an ANC man. I got to give him credit, But he analyzed this thing and broke it down. I was looking over. He has all kind of analytics in here. $660 million in gold. iron ore 482 million, diamond 13 million, rubber 103 million, crude oil, palm oil 83 million. All of these things, and we have all these things passing through our fingers, and every day, we take a plane and go here and go there, looking for where it isn't. It is right here in our backyard.
Mr. Nagbe, welcome the Truth Inc. Editor-in-Chief himself, Siddiqui Fofana, Ahmed Fofana.
Yeah, bro.
Wait, is this man an impartial journalist or is a CDC compromised journalist? I just want to know.
You're a national vice chairman of CDC. You reduce the man down. But all in all, look, I always say that you come back to the leadership. Until we get a transformative leader that we're yearning for, we experience these things. Because it starts from the top, But
so when you get a transformative leader,
that we should also be working towards. I will see again, work towards it. That's why I repeat, I support the people's movement. We're going to disrupt the system, and we are prepared to disrupt it. Yes, I give you full. Critics can say what they want to say. We have a goal and have an agenda, and we accomplish it. We disrupt the system. That's what our system needs. And whoever benefits from it, that's why once the person will be that person that we're looking for, will be the best. But the country, look, I don't care what we talk all day and we say what we want to say. Look, you saw yesterday during the people protest, and you saw the employees of 14 and 2 were controlling back and forth because why? They got a small Christmas bonus now. They're getting a rest, get a small Christmas money now. So yeah. And the post say you're good there. You're good there. You're good tell them to go back.
The men in that room that the former speaker talk about room 106.
By the time you look, but tomorrow, trust me, when things are going sour, you hear what other guy was saying? Joe, we are go, Joe, we are go. And today we're here now. Today he checking out, baby, he's a parliament. Saying that there too. But they not say Chabran go, Chabran go.
They fire him. They fire him.
And you see? But now, I think he's saying that now.
You were involved in alleged corruption.
So you see,
yeah,
and now the country looking. Trust me.
The revolution ate him.
I noticed today, we got most of our colleagues there that live in the states, that their families in the state, right? I see most of them in town. One of them wrote today and say they say, oh, you are hating at the December there. But you said, but because you're on the ground now, also you say not December. But all of you are the same. The problem the country face, Mr. Nagbe, that's why the reality. We talk, truth in, all the truth in. I know they do that every day. And Papa, today what happened? I surprised one of my brother, Jeans now Lassa. He attacked Kamara and Musa Bedo today. I mean, I'm disappointed in him. Well, I mean, we mean for travel laboring is Islamic State. What is that for? I would say the Bandigos, they mustn't have the right to run for president and vice president in that country. That is right. And I believe that ceiling was about to be shattered soon. They will shatter that ceiling. Let keep on people informed. They will shatter that glass ceiling was shattered. Okay? You're talking about for no reason. You got no evidence. You think about using the religious bigotry that they pose. Oh yeah, Pope follow behind you. Man, look, and that's the problem first thing. When you try to tell the truth, they say they go against you. When you want to be and Keke man say, okay. I mean, you see, today, what we're doing today, the whole social media today, instead of focus on it better, they focus on Mandela Kuba comment. They make it a big issue today. That was training all day for what? I mean,
but is that not a big issue?
No,
Timani, don't check out just. Is that not a big issue?
Issue
what? The political advisor to the president of the Republic of Liberia.
Okay.
Is that not a big issue? The political advisor to the president of the Republic of Liberia.
Okay.
Was just in some kind of just almost a year and a half ago, a couple of 2 years ago, was in another thing. Somebody were attacking her about following their husband, right?
Yeah.
The political. We're not talking about Mandela Kopo as an individual.
Yeah.
No, you see the problem if you and I knew this was part of the agenda we were discussing. And you just jump the gun. You just jump the gun. This is part of the agenda today we're discussing. We put on that are going to be the last section of the discussion. But since you brought it,
sorry.
Since you brought it up, we're gonna start with it and move on. But before we can start with, I'm just about to. I will allow Ahmed to make comment, then we'll move to that. That is very important, Mr. George, because listen, this woman is not an ordinary Mandela Kopa that you knew yesterday. This Mandela Kopa is the senior political advisor to the president of a republic.
Okay.
That is engaged in these things. So that is a major news element.
So it affect her work.
Listen, why? Listen, the political advisor to the president of the republic is saying she's the spouse of a man that is married. She's the spouse of a man that is still married. Listen, Ahmed, this political advisor, senior political advisor to the president, is saying to the Liberian people, and she also went on to qualify her position. She said, I am the senior political advisor to the president. That's the presidency, the most powerful, sacred ground of the republic. And then you have her coming up and saying, hey, no, I'm not only that, but I'm the spouse of the speaker that is married. I mean, we do have laws in the country. This same woman just told a few years ago, or a year and a half ago, that she's married to a man that is that is married also to 3 wives. Have she divorced that man that was involved into multiple women?
So what that got to do with our bread and butter issue?
No. We need people of moral standing to be around the presidency. That's the point. But I'm gonna go ahead, please.
Sure,
we'll come to that very soon. We need people of moral standing to be. I don't think she was forced to come and say she the spouse. You know, it's to be the. She didn't even say I want the concubine. She said she's the spouse.
My man, you now hear anyone say she concubine?
She said she's the spouse. How can you be a spouse to a man that already got his spouse? I'm gonna go ahead, please.
Well, good evening to all our listeners out there. It's always a pleasure to be out here with you guys. I am ready today, concerned, and I hope we can have some access. I'm sure you guys spoke about it earlier, but I'm concerned about the passage of the budget and the different instruments that the Senate passed. I am particularly concerned about the budget. It is my understanding that, long before today, key senators raised major issues about the budget that gave a lot of Liberians hope that perhaps there would have been some serious changes within. But what I'm hearing now, I'm not seeing a new budget that passed, but what I'm hearing is that nothing fundamental was changed from what was sent from the House of Representatives with regard to the bills that almost all of the bills that the House passed were also passed. I understand Edwin Snow, who had earlier raised objection, voted in favor of not just the budget, but the Oriental deal and many others. So I hope Tomalin can get some access to those information, particularly the bill as to whether it was passed as submitted, because of course, some senator went on record and created many different posts along the way, so if they just pass it, then of course, it's a serious disappointment. But I wait to get more details on what was passed, what changes were made, particularly so as they affect ordinary people and stuff like that. So there where we are.
Okay, yeah, it's important actually. We started on the issue of the budget, but what again we're trying to push is that to basically understand and the numbers. I was told that the budget was passed as the budget was passed on the scene number $1.211 billion. It was the same as the Minister of Finance presented, or the President presented to the legislature. So if it is $1.211 billion, meaning what was explained by the Finance Minister that out of that $1.211 billion, the government of Liberia is going to choose our own internal revenue, domestic revenue generation. We're going to collect that internally. It's going to be $900 million we're going to collect. And the rest is going to come from other sources, such as the ArcelorMittal deal, going to be a one-time shot of $200 million that will push it to $1.1 billion, and the other $100+ million will come from some other donor sources, and then the rest of that. So it's critical that we actually do some discussion of that. And I'm told Senator Conan also voted for the budget this time around, but there were some explanations. Probably there will be some middle recasting of the national budget to fit certain critical areas, if you will. So if you got any basic contention or so from the perspective of the national budget, it's important that we look into it and we discuss it. And beginning Monday, we'll start asking some critical question about that. And I'm actually attempting to ask both the chair on Ways, Means, and Finance of the both houses to ask them if there were any basic changes or so in that instrument. But we hope that the president is going to be signing that hopefully tomorrow. If it is true that the Senate concord, the president is going to sign it tomorrow, we'll move on. But if there's any critical area you want to think you've got some issue with that part of the budget, we can discuss it. It is our right as to discuss the national instrument. That's the instrument that determines if we will be out of this or out of poverty or so. It's very critical that we do that. But before that, there were other issues, as you said, other instruments that were also passed today, right? Some of the lawmakers open it, and the good thing about it now is that the lawmakers are making it known they're trying to gradually, if not completely trying to get rid of that, the issue about nay and yea voting concept process in that, in terms of those parliamentarian proceedings they have. They are not trying to change their rule significantly in allowing them to do hair count vote, where the journal are going to capture them voting yes or voting no. And I think that is very critical towards our legislative new politics era that we find ourselves in. So it's critical that we look at these things, because the history will take it tomorrow that Senator Conan voted this yes, Senator Finde voted this no, Senator Moy voted this yes, Senator Nukwe voted this yes, and this no, and that no, Senator Sa Joseph this representative Paul Thomas Father did this, and so that is critical that the legislative journal going to capture that, and then we can go tomorrow and such. Even our children will come and say, okay, which of the senator did this yesterday on what law and other things. So some of them will say, oh, my father, I can vouch, my father did this and did that and other things. So Atman, back to you. What do you think? Was it prudent on the part of the lawmakers to pass the budget as it is, or you think there were some critical areas that were left out of the budget?
Well, initially,
welcome our beautiful TCA queen. Welcome her.
Okay, that woman a warrior. You start calling her queen. Queen can't behave like that. That woman a fighter.
But I mean, before you continue, warrior can also metamorphose into being.
I hear you, great Pewee.
Yeah.
don't let that beautiful face fool you.
So let me say to our dear sister here, and somebody was telling me, say Sarah can foil.
Sarah can foil.
This is we comedians.
President Pewee, you big at when the resident can say they can talk about all.
Yeah. So welcome to the show. I think probably before you came on, you followed us.
Yeah.
A lot of things. The national budget got passed today.
Yeah, thank you so much, Pewee. Thank you to everyone, and I want to say hello to everybody on the set here and to our followers out there in the comment section. Very, very great topic today, the budget. A lot of things happening in our country. And, I'm following. We'll continue to listen and chime in as the need arises. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I may go ahead. After them,
let me say this, and then I will go ahead. I've met Sarah. And then I met Masa, and now I've decided I like Masa better. Just so you know, sir.
Because she passed CMC. Master
the
is
master?
part of
Who the master?
My daughter.
The CFC spokesperson?
Yeah.
Is she still a spokesperson?
I don't know what she is.
No. I come and say I'm talking to the Secretary General of the CMC USA.
There you go.
Is she still a spokesperson?
Well, we call Maz Dopoh. Maz is the VP for Administration Global.
Okay.
Vice Chair for Administration Global.
So who took Grace Place?
Grace Place is taken by Victoria Sandolo Zulu.
That lady from Minnesota.
Yes, Vicky. Vicky is Vicky took the USA Canada.
I follow CMC a lot, so I know what's going on.
So
Thank you for following. Keep following, Sarah.
What were the basis? Sorry, Ahmed, we'll come to you quickly soon. What were the basis of selecting her?
Masa? Vicky.
Yeah, Vicky.
Vicky is she's a community organizer.
Okay.
She has very strong community roots in Minnesota, where she is. She came very highly recommended, and that was the basis of her appointment. Okay. I mean, she was already in an appointed role with the CMC already. It's now her first appointment.
Okay. We'll find another day for CMC to get the
sure, man. Sure.
Ahmed,
will you
have voted yes for the budget if you're a lawmaker today? Let me start with you that way.
Are you asking me or Sarah?
Actually, no, Ahmed.
Ahmed. Okay.
Will you have voted yes if you are a lawmaker today?
Well, actually, I wouldn't have voted for the budget as it was, because personally, I still do believe that government should focus on cuts. I think government should focus on cuts, because when you introduce austere measure, I would think it's good to provide leadership in that direction. I'm not trying to just restrict cuts in the house of in the legislature, but I think there's a lot of unnecessary spending in our budget that I think we could cut off. It may not necessarily be sufficient to fill in the bucket towards education and stuff, but at least it gives some financial discipline, particularly at this period of time, why the budget is increasing to 1.2, but if it's also increasing, if the increase is also reflecting increase in these, I want to call recurring costs, then it becomes a little challenging. I would think, and I agree with Delon on this one, that cutting additional $6 million from lawmaker salary would have been a good thing, because listen, the $6 million would not necessarily provide an increase to cover Civil 7, but it would convey the message that, look, we are all in this together, because of course Civil 7 making far below the bill, and I think that's the kind of a leadership I heard you guys talking about. Transformative leadership doesn't have to come from heavy. It ain't got to come from any extra person. It just got to be about the decision you take in being sensitive and also living with the reality. Taking these austere measure when it comes to high earners will provide clear indication. That's one. Two, I don't know as to whether the budget was clear as to whether these SOEs that have not been contributing to the national budgets, like the Freeport and other places, whether now they have been taxed to do so, or what measure will be in there. So so those are some of the things I would have strongly hoped to see in there. And then more than that, I conclude on this. I would rather want to hear from Kamara and the rest of the guys who oppose the budget in the initial state as to whether now the budget reflect those values, those aspirations, those. Other than that, then it's unfair. You see, that's why many times people will always get issue with me, with people, because I read through politicians. They understand, they follow, they enjoy, they like and clap on Facebook. So, and they know that unfortunately, the society celebrate hero every day. The man who could become the worst son tomorrow morning, he can become somebody's hero. And unfortunately, some of us can't be like that. It's just hard even if you are talking in my interest, it's just difficult to just change overnight like that. So, so I would rather want to see what I understand Snow voted for, not just the budget, but that Oriental deal that he himself was opposing the vote. So what is it that he got doing to the ordinary people? Just getting all hopped up, give them hope, and then you just dash it down? It's just frustrating. And what makes it frustrating to me is, how is it over time the ordinary people cannot see through these guys? How is it over time they cannot see through these guys? That is why, Pewee, we need to push where young people will focus on education, go towards area where they will find means of earning. And in Liberia, you can do it because, listen, the Lebanese man come with, and the Indian man come with one trouser, one shirt, but in 5-10 years, from right now they become millionaires. Liberia is producing millionaires, but they are foreigners. So our people can do it, and so I would think that over time that's a culture, because to be honest with you, and we say all the things, we don't know whether when we get the political power we may also be the same, but the culture in our country, brother, has become so difficult to trust people. They gave you the hope, you get hope on there, you go there, all of a sudden, they get something. So, I really don't know, but I think at the end of the day, the situation is in the hands of our people. Our people need to open their eye. They need to be critical. They need to, ask hard questions. They need to forget about you that hero, you that this, and ask hard questions for their own benefit, their own welfare. I mean, come on now. How is it you elected for 6 years, soon Christmas coming to give one bag already, all the wrong that I've done for over, you just forget about it. So it's just frustrating as to where we are now, So that's where we are, bro. That's where we are. That's where we are.
I think it's critical and it's important. So what I will advance is that now the past the budget today, and these are some critical points after you brought out. And I said it's the same when we started the program. I wanted to know why inform Kamara to now vote against, in favor of the budget. We need some explanation from him. I respect Mr. Conan a lot, and it's very senior big brother that I got a lot of respect for. And that I was saying to Mr. Nagbe, probably there may have been some information available to him that informed his decision now to vote in favor of the budget. So we're going to take, and as you said, some of those SOEs, are they now in terms of, because before the budget hearing, there was been issue about those revenue generating institutions. Most of those SOEs, are they contributing to the budget? Before, most of them did, like the Freeport, the LPRC, for instance. The NASCOP did contribute to the budget. The Maritime did give some contribution to the budget in all those major areas. And those revenue generating institutions, like Minister of Transport, we wanted to know how much transport is going to be given, because the Minister of Finance clearly stated that there are going to be $900+ million generated from our domestic revenue mobilization. So all these institutions will have to be given money to those areas. So we're going to table it. I will get a lot of information hopefully tomorrow. Then Monday, we can really go into it. Monday begin, because they just go on break. It's new. Monday, we hope Monday the president is going to be signing it. When the president is signing it and sprint it into hand building, it's a full-fledged law. So we can do some critical thing about it and ask some major critical questions to those stakeholders that need to give some answers to us on that. So we're going to do that. But Myean, before we can shift to a different thing, Myean, I would love for this is very critical.
Can I say something on that first before your shift?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
So I heard what Ahmed said with regards to those that were against, and then later on they voted and stuff like that. A lot of times, like you said, and I agree, people come up and make statements just to hype people up, and especially our people, with some of them being gullible, they we all fall for it, and then later on when they have those little kickbacks in the corner, in somewhere in there that will attract them, they'll go ahead and sign everything else. So we really, really want to know what happened. What are some of the things that changed, especially with the Oriental deal? I heard they passed it already, right? What happened? Because some people said no. A lot of people said no. I think Snow said a lot of them were against it. Why did they vote for it? We need to know. So, and then too, one of the points I want to make here is some of them feel lonely in their vote. They don't have the balls to stand up alone. Some of them, I'm not saying all of them, some of them don't have the balls to stand up alone. Like everybody else, they say, stand for what you believe in, even if it costs you to stand alone, stand alone. Some of them don't have the balls to do that. Some of them don't have that boss to trust. So when they see other people doing it and the little kickback is in there for everybody, they join the crowd. But we wait to see what the explanation is. Thank you.
Obviously, and we're going to take some time to really discuss it. By Monday, we would have gotten the closing argument would have gotten some real say on the budget as to what numbers is here for this. There's some point someone told me today that the speaker, and we need to verify that too, if that is true. The speaker entertainment budget alone is $500,000, and I was a little bit ambivalent on that. But we need to also confirm it if it is true.
But you can cut him. You can add him as spouse now. She will confirm it.
Yeah, but Myean, if you dare,
let me ask you something, Pewee. Let me just ask you. Let's leave the entire country. Just in that legislature there, Monoga. Recently, there's some staffers were complaining that they consider they in their budget pass at least those people with all the things. So if Kamara, if Snow, if Nagbe, if any of those guys are listening to us, we ask them to please come off, go on the different pages, because some of them we supported the stand they talk. You understand what I'm saying? We do not want to go in the inboxes, but let them go on to provide explanation as to explain the vote they cast and why.
And some of them will feel targeted. Some of them will feel targeted if they do, because the rescue government targets people. They will go.
Yeah, but I think at the end of the day, like this lady can say Jeremy Cochran from Texas. You must either decide to serve the people or you serve the golden calf. You must decide. Because
Pewee, yes, well, I mean, as long as Seleke brought the issue of the budget up, and I think we should take a whole show one or two shows to discuss it. But
yeah, we can take the whole money to talk
but
about
if you look, even during the vote today, you saw the faces of people. Some of them were embarrassed. They say, "I vote yes." Their vote go down. Look at this guy. What we're talking. Yeah, Nimle. You saw how he voted. I vote yes. He cooled his voice down. And the votes they took today. You know what happened in the legislature there. What can happen there?
I hope Mr. Anthony Gay will come. He made a link and defend it. Go ahead, Chief.
The reality is that the problem with our official lawmakers, then you invite them, but they were dodge. You don't want to come. But then when you say something about them, then they say, oh, then they go in your inbox. They start sending people to you. But honestly, I'm not. All those who voted yes will put a picture up. We'll put a picture on the flyer. We'll put it up and say we're discussing it today. If you have any concern, please, we invite you. We'll have to give you 2-3 hours. Come and face. Come and.
I think we should extend an official invitation to Kamara, because Kamara begin to face, and he's, as you rightly said, part of the reason why Kamara stands is that he's a former minister. Many of us, to be honest, are not going through the entire budget. I trusted he was a man of integrity, and so when he raised those issues, considering his background, I thought he was raising genuine issue, and so I became skeptical of the budget and was hoping that it could have some changes within, or perhaps become the best version once they leave the Senate in the face of them identifying these different issues. So my question I would like to pose to him is this the best version? I'm so just sad about these guys today, but is this the best Liberia who have gotten out of this? Liberians, ordinary Liberian, when it comes to education, because I want to talk about he happy because education, agriculture got boosted up, education got boosted. Is this the best we could have gotten out of this? I hope they can answer these questions,
And that you see where you're going now, and that's the point. And that's why for me I want to get all the points. So Kamara has some issues. If they took some money forward to agriculture, meaning was some of his justification. If agriculture is priority number one on your agenda, why is it you're giving 1.something% of the budget to agriculture? Now, if agriculture there was something pushed to agriculture, some money also pushed towards education, some push towards this, that. That's also important. So I wouldn't want to really be definitive for now and take a position if we haven't gotten the whole side of what unfolded. And you stated something also. There was a certain group of lawmakers that started projecting that their chief of staff, I think DeLong and the rest of that, chief of staff in lawmaker office should have some level of benefits, that you have this. Maybe we ought to also see what did they give their own staffers from the from the legislature in all. That will be staffers, personal staffer from the Senate, personal staffer from the House of Representatives, and the general staff. The general staff, meaning those people will be in the category of civil servant, if you will. So we'll take some time, hopefully maybe tomorrow or again Monday, so we can have some time. We'll make some effort to extend some invitation to some of these lawmakers to come. I will be attempting to see if I can talk to the chairman.
I will send message. We invite all of them. Anyone who agree to come, we'll take them.
Yeah, I will make some effort to talk to the chairman on Ways Means, find out both houses. And I believe that they will be inclined to listen to Senator Moy. Is one person being around for some time. We'll make some effort respectfully to contact those people in both houses to discuss the national instrument, all of things. But Myean, if you are around, please, Myean, you there? Yeah, Myean, I know you, Myean. Myean,
for the Oriental deal, I think honestly Kamara voted against that. So my game, but Snow voted. Now, what makes Snow stand out in this one is that he's the chairman for that energy. He's the chairman on the committee. I think the energy or some committee. That committee was the one that was responsible to hold public hearing. I don't know whether you guys follow any public hearing on that.
I tell you one of those when he chaired. They want again. They don't keep strong.
Yeah. So we will have to rather go through those things. And you're right at that point. Myean, you there? Myean?
Yes, I'm here. Mr. Pewee.
Yeah, Myean, back you, man. The video that I was circulating today, I'm serious here, and somebody brought this thing. I think
I want to play the whole show on it.
Video.
I just want you to briefly play that video for us, and then we all gonna give some analysis on it and move on.
Which one?
The senior political advisor.
The video.
The senior political advisor to the president of the Republic of Liberia.
Because DJ Blue said the video that AR.
Is it like AR? Then I mean we need some. Myean, is it like AR?
I'm gonna send you.
No, that video is not AR. It's not AR.
I saw the full interview.
DJ Blue said was
I come in, gentlemen. Myean, you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can I play now?
Yeah, listen, before you can play, can you come on? Why are you in the back?
Myean, play the full interview. Don't play that's
what I want to get from you. Myean, can you come on? We want to see you.
Play the full one. I started from the end.
We want to see you. Before you can start playing, there are a few questions I want to ask you because we want the closing argument. We don't want to be held that we targeting people, all of things. So the question back to you, Myean, while you come on, you can still be on. The question back to you. Is there an AR? Is there an AR generated video?
No, that's not.
Was there an in-person interview that you really observed?
There's an interview today where the reporters from Grange there, they had an interview with her, and then she was introducing herself. Later on, she was pointing finger at the speaker. So the full video, one of my colleagues have the full video on the page. That's what I'm trying to get up so you can see the full video.
Okay. So there's not an AR thing. So DJ Blue is lying to us.
Man, he's a lawmaker. You that kind of stuff. You go to AR. I don't know.
So he's trying to mislead the public. That's wrong on his part. So if we're going to be AI, we're going to stop the discussion straight and even run out and apologize for that because this is the presidency.
So apart from that video during the speaker of birthday, I also have a video.
Let's discuss that. Let a video. Let's discuss.
Myean was saying something.
It's very important.
Yeah, I'm saying apart from that video, if they are saying it's an AR video, apart from that video, I have a video here where during the speaker 55th birthday celebration, both of them, we saw both of them were together.
How is he? How is he?
55. He's just 55.
I'm the senior political advisor to His Excellency Joseph Boakai, President of the Republic of Liberia. I also happen to be the spouse of the Speaker. I'm the senior political advisor to His Excellency Joseph Boakai, President of the Republic of Liberia. I also happen to be the spouse of the Speaker. I'm the senior political.
So I'm trying to get the full video out.
Yeah. We'll be discussing this in the meantime while you why you bringing the full video. But too many to your point, and I know the reason why you deliberated that you try to preempt us, right? You wanted us to discuss this, but you wanted it was not important. But we'll start with you, Georgie. And the reason why we're going to start with you, my question to you, therefore, is it prudent for someone to be in the sacred office of the country, and as the senior political advisor to the president, engaging this kind of a thing? Is it proper?
Well, but the reality is this, though. On a serious note, right? First of all, I don't think that even the Liberian people took the whole social media today to discuss the woman comment. Okay, for me personally, with her, I think she's someone who I don't know what is she talks so fast, quickly, or she trying to maybe put the speaker on record. Perhaps he being like maybe not showing that it's in public. When I was in Liberia, I attended the Effort Baptist 150th Independence dinner, and he was the guest speaker, and two of them entered together, and he entered together and sat at the table with the Minister of State. Okay, and then in fact that night, I said, oh, they won't be behind. The people were looking at me. I said, oh, they won't be behind the man too. And people said, come on, speaker. I said, so what? All the me after me to go outside. They can't beat me. I just say what I want to say. But to come back to today, right? I thought she was just stop on saying I'm a political advisor to the president of Liberia and stop there, because with all the controversy behind the man that he's still married and so, I don't think she should have gone further to say. I think she was intentional. What she did was intentional today, right? Come and say, to put that part there. You know, I think it was intentional. And either you're trying to say, me put him on record that I'm not one of your staff behind you. That's why I'm wearing the same clothes today too.
I'm not Mayor girlfriend.
Yeah, I'm Mayor girlfriend. Let me put you on record. But with that in mind, with that being said, I don't think we should have taken it as a national issue.
No, it is because of our position, too many.
Because it has nothing to do with the judge she's doing. She's not elected official. She was appointed by the president. So she's not elected official. Okay? That's her personal life, I think. But for the fact that she put the speaker into it and say the spouse, that will raise concern. You know, but I think that I don't think we should waste our time. The country waste their time today discussing how social media saying the video going viral. But because again,
but how about the speaker? He's an elected official.
Yeah, but the speaker,
that's the problem to me.
Come here. He also has
is that issue putting food on the table of the average Liberian?
Or my spouse, he always say, oh yeah, he said before.
After they went to France and got married, did they put food on the table for average Liberian? You're trying to make it as if to say they are important.
We'll come to him, Mr. Sita. Too many.
Did they put food on the table?
First and foremost,
CDC were in power. They squandered the.
But what are we going to do with CDC?
What
are we going to do with CDC again?
The CDC put a propagating this whole thing. They are private. They are public servers.
They don't put on the table.
Can I?
You protect it. God is sure, brother.
No, we'll have it under control. We'll be under control. Let me say this before I can move on.
I got no problem with that, though.
Yeah. Listen, I know. The reason why we're trying to discuss this is that these same people, and Sarah, before I can move on to you, these same people struck out of negative propaganda against the
exactly.
Just name no one. Jackie Appiah never came out and wanted to say she had a relationship with Torgbean, right? But the speculator in the negative, all those things went on. They pushed those things. And the reason why we tried it, the reason why Tomalin has to your point that this thing is taking it the way going viral around today, is because this woman just claimed she was just in another fracas with someone that claimed that she took her husband, this Senegalese Frenchman. She came out, she said she and the man, they are legally married.
So Rejoice was complaining?
Listen. The point is not. The point is not about the wife complaining. The point is that we're looking at the legality now. Is she divorced? What we know, the speaker wife is still the speaker wife. They're complaining she want to call out there fine for abandonment at the hospital abandon her. Right? So if the speaker wife is claiming to be abandoned, and then you are not claiming to be a new spouse of the speaker, where are we? So it's not only the issue about bread and butter, but it can be conflict of the law of the country.
Well, Pewee, for me.
But I'm before you can come in, that gets serious view. Sarah, what's your quick view on that?
No, my view here is I'm against the fact that people saying, oh, by us discussing it, is this putting food on the table? It is not putting food on the table for anybody. It did not put food on the table when you guys were discussing about other people, stuff that was not right or wrong. It did not put food on the table for any one of our people. So for us to come here and sit and talk about it does not mean it's putting food on the table for anybody. It means that these people are public figures and they created a news that we all have to discuss. I don't have a problem with the sister. That's her life. That's her decision. But like Pewee said, there was some other news that came out that she was bragging about being a husband to this other guy that was appointed by Bwakai. What happened? Why they ain't happy? If today she comes on and said that she's a spouse to the speaker is being paid by our tax-paying dollars. So if he's doing something or something comes out, we have to discuss it. No negative feelings towards her from my end. I congratulated her today, even though people think that it's this and that. But that's her right to be with whoever she wants to be with. That's her right. She's a grown woman. But the speaker is being paid by our tax dollars. And if he's still married and doing stuff like that in a serious country, he would have turned in his resignation today. That's the fact.
And Jeffrey Espin, all the people they still get a job and say, well,
John Edwards,
John
Edwards, when he was running as a Democratic candidate and he cheated on his wife, what did he do?
Comparing America with Liberia.
He dropped the race. But back to Ahmed, Mr. please. Back to Ahmed on this one. Ahmed, there's a point, and Cyril struck some point. I will take it back to you on that, and you will take it from there and take 2 minutes on this one. Madam Cooper at the time said that she was in relationship when this woman attacked her of again behind this Senegalese guy that was appointed via her influence as sport ambassador for the country. She said she was married to the guy legally. Now, and we no longer hear about this guy. There's other group of people that said they're chasing out of the country and other things. Now, is it proper, from your perspective as a political person, is it proper for the senior political advisor to the president that was also in a love affairs game with the sport ambassador of the republic, appointed by the same president, and we don't hear nothing from him now? And now she's talking about being the spouse of the current speaker. How do we just suppose that?
So, the reason why these kind of conversations will get to come to this level of platform and become a national conversation is because it has to do with the cultural context as well. While it is true, I do not have any personal issue with whoever she decides to be with, yet it highlights something. That is why in public space, even in the West, considering that almost all the people here in the West and other places, most of the people do not discuss the personal matter. Government, senior officials don't bring the personal matter in public conversation because it has the tendency to distract from the public or national focus. So when you bring it there, you distract. For example, I think they are going on some trip. She introduced who she was. And then the reason why it became a shock to the nation was because 3 months ago, she had introduced somebody else. Now, understand that Liberia has a cultural setting. Maybe as in the West, one woman can be married to 5 men, introduce one man to the introduce. It wouldn't mean anything, but in our society, whether you like it or not, it's almost like the gay issue in America. Yeah, you can say, oh, there's, you can talk about gay thing, but in country like Liberia, you wouldn't say, oh, you adult. So you say it raises that cultural rejection and resistance. So I think
The reason why it is getting this level of attention is because a few months ago, when a guy who was alleged to be her spouse, her man, or whoever, was appointed, it raised national concern that the president was appointing a political affairs husband. So under a year, to see her now claiming a spouse. Now, when you say a spouse, you mean somebody with whom you have gotten married to. If they are going and had a marriage ceremony, I don't think it was going to be a big issue. So it took the nation by surprise. How is that possible? Then also, the speaker was just in another controversial issue with his own quote-unquote spouse in court. So I think it just took the nation aback. I would think the best approach in this regard is that Mandela would have kept her private life private, introduced herself as a political advisor to the president. That would have been sufficient. I don't think it was necessary, that place was necessary to introduce what her husband was. I don't know why she felt it was necessary to indicate that she is the wife of the speaker. I don't know why she thought that was necessary. And since she thought it was necessary, right now, there are many young girls who look up to Mandela Cooper. I know her, I met her before. I respect her, I love her. I love her energy. She's a very beautiful woman, very smart. Many young girls look up to her energy. So I think it took all of them by surprise. How is that possible? Can a woman have two husbands at the same time? So those are the questions. I don't think it comes from a political point of view or so on and so on. Well, if people discuss it, that political point, well, unfortunately, in our country 6 years ago, we allowed every conversation to be. It was from Akara wedding to Paris to Georgia to this to this. So of course, these things have been trending. So it should not be surprising to anybody now if that same trend continue. You understand what I mean? To not equate it to my brother, equate it after without food being on the table. There are many conversations we have every day. You don't put food on the table. Those excuses are flimsy. It's trivial, the double standard. If you want us to always focus on the issue about food being on the table, I challenge you to identify in the 6 months how many times you came on Spoon TV and the only conversation you ever had about bread and butter issue, gas price or food price. We talk about everything and anything because
but that absolutely.
We don't want to entertain and inform, and we don't want to inform and educate. We also entertain. So I don't think that's the issue. But
so this is entertainment.
In true, Mandela Cooper is a role model for many young people. When she announced that she's a spouse of the speaker, I don't think people were angry because she's a speaker's spouse. I think it just took them by surprise because just 6 months ago, her other spouse was being appointed as ambassador. So to hear her being spouse of the speaker, it brought a little sense of confusion. So public officials should try their best to keep their private life private and leave it that way, whether they're your husband, they're your wife, they're your girlfriend. Take it from in the public space. You know, you can't be the one bringing it there. And she brought it in, so that nobody brought it there.
All right, yeah, introduce yourself. Sylvester, I got someone online who wants to make a contribution. Go ahead.
Yeah, greetings, everybody. This is Seleke Kromah, and I'm joining from Kigali, Rwanda. Unfortunately, I can't come on live tonight because I'm at a different location tonight. But I just wanted to contribute to this interview that is circulating on the internet today. First of all, we as opposition community, we should be able to hold this administration accountable, which includes Speaker Kun, Rachel Kun, on things that actually affect the Liberian people. That's what we should be doing. But the fact that seditions and CDC people or CDC party, they not take the whole interview today and be and take it. This is a different scenario they're trying to compare. Okay. They're trying to compare people criticism against President. We are, about one artist in Nigeria, Jackie and Pia, to this incident. What will even make anybody to go as far as going personal with somebody to talk about who someone is loving to, who they are married to? Rachel Kun, for the record, I don't support him. We oppose him throughout the speaker fight they were having at the House of Representatives. But Rachel Kun got votes many months ago. So to suggest to him that he has no right to have a fiancé or whatever it is I don't even think closing argument should be elevating those kind of things. If Sarah and Siddiqui don't want to talk about it,
why your point? No. We're going to hold you there. Why your point of many months ago? No,
Yes.
I come. No, you're not just come on. You're not just come. Listen, we want to hold you here and put you. Why your point of many months ago when the web just said about claim about abandonment?
No, the thing is,
what's the evidence you have that he divorced many months ago?
Sylvester, why?
Is that one time to talk because he has Sarah?
Yeah, no, but want to hold that. What's the evidence you have? When that happened? When was the divorce?
Since today, Sarah been fraud in our chat room with a video. Since today,
the evidence there.
No, so the point about many months ago when?
Of course, who divorced many months ago at the court. You don't know that, Sylvester?
When the many months ago when the web just claim of abandonment. How do you juxtapose that?
The case is you could have a divorce.
But how the case of being called inside the divorce?
Let me Sylvester.
We'll give you 1 minute to end, please.
I think you colluded with this guy to come and question.
We'll give you 1 minute to please.
First of all, he misquoted me completely. Like I said, nobody got problem with who could take as a word.
I mean, they get a man 1 minute. Let me finish here 1 minute and then
conclude 1 minute. So we're going to Mr. Sita, please.
They begin just here to hear about
Linky, go ahead now. You got 45 seconds. Go ahead and land.
You got a long way to go, begin.
I think he's gone. Go ahead.
We'll come, Mr. Sita. So I listened to you when you came. Let me say welcome to you and other things. I listened to you, and the reason why we try to bring this debate, and this is unfair, right? The other thing is it's unfair for people to want to take things one-sided, right? If it happened yesterday and you come and I'm just disappointed the way. And I wanted him to even come. He said many months ago, just because he want to go against the side of what people said yesterday. That is quite unfortunate. If people said it yesterday, today, people will say the same thing. You know, these kind of hypocritical things for me, I don't get into them. It is clear. Just few. He said many months ago. You will never tell when. Then when did it happen? But Mr. Sita, you said they does not bring food on the table.
Yeah,
and that was the argument. But I believe yesterday I listened. There was a time I listened to you before, even when the CDC regime was still around in power. You created some of these social things that was allegedly linked at the CDC political leader. Did they meet the benchmark of discussion at the time? And this does not meet it.
For the record, when George Weah was in power, I did not go on any platform to criticize many of the social decisions that were taken by George Weah, his inner circles, and people in his government.
Okay.
Now, let's be clear here. No, hold on. Let's be clear here. The fact that Rachel Kuhn and Medela Cooper, they are public figures. By right, they are not supposed to be discussing their private life in public.
Granted.
Okay? Granted. Now, my argument here is, by us elevating this conversation, what is the benefit?
That's what we're here for, to discuss these things.
What is the benefit?
No, the benefit is that we inform you.
I personally believe.
Let me hold you that you continue, please. The benefit and the reason of this platform, the platform is here to discuss political, social, and educative issues, right? Things that will benefit the people. Now, if you are a public figure, whatsoever you are engaged in or with will be discussed by this kind of media platform. And right, so we elevate social. The debate is to stimulate these social and political discussions.
Now, I agree with you.
So that's why we are elevating it.
And I agree with you.
It is the speaker. It is one. I'll get you soon. It is the speaker here and the senior political advisor in the Liberian presidency.
Yeah. Hold on, my man. Hold on. Let me just say this. Yes, it is true that it is the speaker. Yes, it is true that it is the political advisor to the president. They decide to have a relationship. They are two individuals They have the right to have relationship. They have the right. I personally, if I was in their shoes, I won't bring it to the public. But they brought it to the public, and so people are discussing it. But does that negate the fact that this is distracting us from the greater issues that are affecting the Liberian people? It is distracting us because the mere fact here is, yes, Medela Kopo and Rachel Kuhn, they can have their relationship. What does that do for the average woman on Waterside who is struggling to feed her children? What does that do for the man in Sano County who is fighting hard to send his children to school? It does nothing for these people. And the fact that we're discussing them, we're supposed to be holding these people accountable for all of the misgovernment that are going on in the country, like we had the Georgia administration accountable for. This is what we should be discussing. Because we discuss the issue and we proffer solutions. You understand? But Medela Kopa, yes, I will not do that. But again, it is Liberia. In Liberia, all of these things we take it to be normal stuff. But they are not normal in different countries. So now, yeah, she went out there. She said that she's the spouse of the speaker. She's the political advisor to the president. Will that cost her job? No. Will she be reprimanded? No. So many government officials from the past and the present. The only government official that I saw that engaged in this kind of indecent activity that eventually had to resign was the late Willie Knuckles. You understand? But all of them, from the earlier administration to this administration, all officials of government are being engaged in all of these illicit activities, but yet instead, the Liberian people take it to be normal stuff. It is not healthy for the country, number one. It is not helping to move the country forward, number two. So I personally, and you guys may disagree, I don't think it's an issue for us to elevate on this platform.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, fair enough.
That's your opinion.
We were not.
I'm entitled to it.
No,
we were not.
If I may have a minute, I'm about to.
Oh yeah, go ahead, please, Mr. Nagbe.
Thank you. I just wanted to say, and I don't disagree with the argument that Mr. Seaton is making, but I think there is a part of the code of conduct that talks about bringing disrepute to the office that you occupy.
That's the point.
From all indications, this woman, I think, is still married to this bad gentleman. I mean, there is no indication that their divorce is finalized. I don't know if Kuhn's divorce is finalized as well. And so I think what she did today, if these speculations have turned out to be factual, I think she just left bad taste. I think she could have qualified for bringing disrepute to the office of the senior political advisor of the president and to the presidency as well. I don't really see, except for fight over turf, which we all understand. I don't see what she really meant to achieve by this today. I mean, that would be my input. I think this marks of bringing disrepute to the office of the president, the presidency, as well as the office of the senior political advisor to the president of the Republic of Liberia.
Fair enough. Basically on that, and I agree. And that's the point you struck just now about the code of conduct too, not exposing the how they call it, the office of public disrepute, and that is obvious. If we ought to do things as people, a public servant, we ought to also live in conformity with the decent act that governed every public official, if you will. So that's a very major thing. But we're going to leave that. And there's this sort of debate that's been sparking in the country also. One of the major political stalwart of the ruling party, Moali, even posted on his Facebook page the current head of the acting head of the LDA making certain political statement. I don't know, Myean don't have that clip, but we would maybe, if Myean got it, he's going to play it. But he stated something very profound here, and something that got some legal implications, stating that the LDA will seize any property, it may be mansion, whatsoever in terms of house and home and a cash flow or vehicle, if you will, any property that they will find drugs in, the FDEA will seize any property. He didn't limit it, any and every property and other things. So when I listened to that, and on the record, I met I know this guy before. When we were leaving the University of Liberia, they were coming in. He was in the police and other things. For the record, I know him, and I even met him briefly on my recent trip to Liberia. I even commended him on that. But that statement I listened to on Morally page, I differ with that heavily before even talking to some lawyers. I do know for the record in Liberia, on our jurisprudence, only the court got the definitive power or the right to seize property, not the LDEA. And then I saw other posts. So I thought we will go through that. Raul, before we continue, we want to say welcome to the closing argument. We've been discussing different sort of issue, political and social tonight, but we just want to give you the time to make your intro before we move on.
Thank you, Sylvester. Thank you. Great conversation so far. I was following in the back some really interesting conversation. So I look forward.
Because my personal probably been a great conversation.
I mean, Tomalin, I don't indulge in people's personal lives, and that's a commitment that I've made to myself. But again, when you are a public figure, then you kind of have a limit on privacy to some extent, right? And public figures are always very careful with a lot of times celebrities or people in the public are very careful with publicly disclosing spouses like that, especially in the manner in which it was done. They try to operate quietly and go about their business. And part of the reason, especially in Liberia, part of the reasons why these things are done is that you don't want unnecessary distraction to the presidency when we should be discussing serious matter, when we should be discussing um, the impact of the advisors of the president and what that looks like in his governance structure. We are talking about the fact that she's a spy to the speaker. My personal opinion to that is I don't give a darn who anyone dates. She's an adult. The speaker is an adult. I heard that he got divorced. The divorce papers are final. And so a dust can do what it does. But when it becomes a distraction to the government, when it becomes a distraction to our body politics, then I think that where the problem is. But I don't care what that conversation looks like. But overall, I think you guys have been discussing other things. And Sylvester, I'll turn it over to you, and I'll wait my turn to add on in the other discussions. Thank you.
Okay. Good. So basically, that's the line. We would not will shift to that side of it, and basically the FD has been doing some very as spectacular job in recent time. The acting, and one of Liberian superstar was also caught in the web of the FDA. Bucky Raw. I hope I got the name right, but I think he been released on bail. But the game, and it was because of that the LDA guy went to a function and he stated clearly that he wanted to cease. So I will start with you, Tomalin Josh, quickly on this. We're running. We don't have. We're running. Also, we just do 2 minutes each, and there's something on this one. What is your view on the LDA acting here? And that picture was reposted and posted by a stalwart of the United Party currently. About he's saying he will cease if that testimony is being your home, you being in Liberia. If he were to go find drugs in that home, he said he will cease it. What's your view on that? You muted.
Take it for example. Last night, when you are losing, when you are dropping the polls, and don't forget, UP ran on this issue about Cooch, about CDC was bringing Cooch into the country and drugging everyone. So, and to the point where whether they were accusing CDC of, whether they have taken care of it. So, and time is of essence. You saw last night, the president here he's dropping the polls. He's everything he's been doing is not working. Independence, 68% independence going against him. What he did, get a prompt time, president to the people, and came out with a lot of misinformation and lies and so forth. And then he took to the road on the road this morning to campaign on his speech. That's not happening in Liberia. More Ali then was the lead people who was talking about Kush, accusing people of bringing Kush in the country and accusing people of drugging the people, the youth. But now you come down to try to violate the law to say you will see somebody. Well, law say you can see somebody property where you found something or drug inside. What law says that? Well, again, except we don't have courts. But in America, the courts have been helpful to the people and put Trump in check. All the things that have been happening, they put in check. So Mo Ali, I think he's saying too much. Like the guys they were all 6 years ago. Most of the guys were struggling. They were not easy trying to be ends meet. Now they have gotten to that position. They're comfortable, and right now it's like when you somebody say, "What?" Look at the time 3 years from now, I wonder will still be like this. All the things happen. So right now the guys are worried. So they are trying to make sure that they do everything to run the mileage. So they won't end this. They left what they want. They might end the drug issue right away, stop it, and put everybody somewhere and forget about the issue about Cooch and so forth. So I think his statement is unfortunate, and I think he should know that there are laws. You have no right to seize anyone property. It's illegal. So I just hope he understand what he's saying, that he will be put in check.
Okay, yeah, Raro, let's get you on this. I know you follow. I don't know if you didn't follow, but there's a part of breaking it being a cycle in certain even radio stations discussed it this morning in the country. Some lawyers are even vehemently opposing that statement, saying that if that will be the case, it's going to be heavily challenged in court. But what's your view from the political perspective that the LDEA, the Liberian Drugs Enforcement Agency, is threatening? The acting here is saying that he's going to seize your property in Liberia or in Grand Bassa County if you got one there, your marshal. If someone were to move in mistakenly, probably you don't know you got one of your aid that got drugs that you didn't know of, and then when they found the drugs, they say he's going to seize your property and other things. What's your view on that?
My take to him would be very, very clear, and I hope he's watching. I hope he's listening, because the country is listening. And I will pause, and again, I hope he's listening. My response to that is, I dare him. I dare him. They don't have the balls to do that. Mo Ali and the acting LDA boss don't have the balls to do that. I dare him. You cannot under any circumstances take the properties of folks just because you found drugs. And I would challenge them. And they said monkey know the tree. Maybe Mo Ali and the LDA boss, maybe they're referring to other individuals that they can do that with. But this is wrong. We cannot be a law-abiding country, Sylvester, and you have the people who are supposed to be exemplary of the law, the people who are supposed to be setting the example, right? The people who are, the platforms that they have right now is based on taxpayers' money. The enjoyment that they enjoy today, that they would have under no other circumstance they enjoy today. You have to be careful what you say, and when you speak like that, you've got to make sure that you have the backing and the support of the law. There is no law that states that because drugs were found in a home or a car, somehow gives you the right, the legal authority to take their property. There's no law that states that. So why would you go on public to make such an assertion as if the law backs you to do that? I mean, it's reckless. They can't do that. And last point I want to make, we saw what happened to Bucket Raw. You can, and the question I kept asking is that if the court grants you authority, a legal authority to such a person home, does the court also grant you the right to film them, to go live in their homes? Does the court also grant you the right to put them on camera, unknowing to them or without their consent? It blew my mind when I saw LDA, not media, LDA cameras entering Bucket Raw's apartment, going live without his consent, and asking people on social media to like and please share this live. They got over 2 point something thousand likes. So what is the objective here? What is the objective? A legal authorization to such a person's home does not give you the right to invade that privacy as well. And if anyone wants to make this argument, when police officers are entering your home, the body cams are not released to the public. They're not public information unless authorized by a court. So why would the LDA go into a person's home to search their home, and then you have cameras all over the place in their home going live without their consent? This is wrong. We abuse the laws in our country, and these things are allowed because the people don't know any better. But I dare Moali, I dare the LDA boss come to my home and attempt to seize my home. If hell don't break loose, then you are there, mama born me.
On a serious note, this is alarming, and it's part of the reason. Quickly, what I said, to someone seeing I was talking to today from the government, I said this is part of the reason why you guys are consistently failing the rule of law, because if people from the security sector would send a kind of threat, and then senior official of government and party stalwart would be retweeting them, if I want to put it that way. It's troubling. Siddiqui, not Siddiqui, Ahmed, part of the reason at the time they also tackle your administration, this current government said that you guys didn't respect the rule of law. Is this in a way, anyhow, blatantly also violating the rule of law of the country, or attempting to do?
Pewee, on this issue, I'm gonna have a little different approach, because when it comes to this issue about drugs, I've seen its effect close and personal, and I don't want anybody out there who listening to us and involved in its usage, sales, and trade thing in any way possible, because we tend to have a critical view of the law, would suggest that we are in support of, in a way, their own setting of the law. But before I go to your question, I do know that on the 6th of August, earlier this year, I think it was after the anti-drug protest, the president had come up with a 6 count in a proposal submitted by the anti-ministerial or somebody of drug something, and then in that proposal they proposed 10 things, 2 of which is that all assets, drugs related assets, or assets evolving as a result of drugs activity will be freezed, and properties gained as a result of the drug trade could also be confiscated.
Yeah, but before you continue, sorry for the interruption. Before you continue, Ahmed, that is not disputed, right? The point here is that the argument we're trying to push now on the platform, and I want listeners to understand that we're not in support of those that are peddling drugs or benefiting from sale proceeds. No, we're not in support of that. What we're saying, Ahmed, is that the court should be the one that the act of seizing anyone's property should be through an exhaustive.
Hold on there again.
The man talking, but you put video up. You can put video what the man talking.
You muted. You muted, brother. You muted. You muted.
Sylvester, we can't hear you. You're muted.
We can't hear you, Sylvester.
Yeah, we can't hear you.
I think the video muted him automatically.
Yeah, I think, yeah. That's what happened. You can't.
Myean, you have to unmute Sylvester.
Tomalin, just say something. I think he has to go in and come back. But these guys, you have to wait and let us know that you're playing the video.
He wanted Myean to play the video, so I think he was trying to play it, and then he muted everyone.
No, he said I should play the video. He said I should play the video. That's why.
Oh, okay, Myean, but yeah, I think you muted him. So let's go ahead and play the video. Go ahead and play the video now, since he's off. Go ahead.
The LDA, under our stewardship, will confiscate. I want to repeat, will seize any property. You go to court and defend yourself and say the property I got are not a result of drugs. But we'll seize any horse that will find drugs in. We'll seize any vehicle that will find drugs in.
Thank you, Myean. And so, gentlemen, Ahmed, you see the reason I was saying this?
So,
before you continue, Ahmed, I'm going to get a brief point. He's saying we will seize. You will have to go to court. I thought you should go to court for the court to seize.
Exactly.
You will seize and I go to court. Does that make sense here? We're not supporting any drug peddler here. So the point here is, go ahead.
So in an inference way, I think he overstated his authority. I think he overstated it, and I think what he meant to say was to highlight perhaps the current executive position, but he didn't articulate that very well, because obviously you do not have the authority, even with that plan of action, because it's now a law.
Right.
It's now a law. It's now a law that property of George should be seized. And even if it were a law, you must go to court to establish that indeed this property was accumulated as a result of drugs money. So yeah, so you could go in there and say, look, the property, the car are all FOC of the crime. We catch this man, we consider you a major drug dealer, drug trade, these are so many things. Yeah, you can go to court, but I think he did not articulate his position well. Of course, sometimes, I mean, he's been doing a great job, so I wouldn't want to use the word incompetent on him. I do not want to undermine his morale. I think so far over the last 2 years since Bouaga took over, with all of the glamour that they said it would have come the first push, I think so far he's the one that has been seeing some real practical, physical or practical steps suggesting that, you know, so, you know, I don't want to use the word competent on him, but I don't think he articulated the position well, and I think he doesn't understand that it is only, of course I agree with her, but only the court that makes the determination as to how the property can be seized. That
But
law.
if we don't want to use competent, can we say that he was irresponsible?
To be honest with you, he's one of the few persons in there that I think is doing a great job. So I will measure my word on him. I'll measure my words on him because, yeah, I think he has been trying a little bit compared to the guys before him. So I would like to measure my words on him, but I just would like to use it as a tutorial for him to understand that, one, there isn't any law on the book that allow him to go and seize anybody property in terms of that. It is only the court that can make that determination completely. And so, yeah, you could consider it all as your evidence submitted in a case against a person who you may consider a drug dealer, and you suggest that. But I think he was just speaking out of crowd, speaking out of and Robert, that is the frustration I have with our politicians and public officials. They do not speak out of substance. Generally, they either speak for Facebook, they speak for they don't speak for any substance. I'm telling you, it's becoming bad. And I think I was just doing some research. That is one of the things that the effect of social media. People now focus on doing the actual job. They wonder how many cameras are around recording it, but then they talk things that are not really or something. You can go and seize or who. Yeah, you can say, okay, then you present it to the court, proof. And it must be demonstrated that it is the drug trade, not because drug was even in the household, not because they were exchanging drugs, but that the cost was as a result
Yeah, proceed from a drug sale.
Proceed from drugs.
Yes.
You know, proceed from drugs. Then you can say, okay, you want to trace it, and then you know that the man was doing, he get all the estates he built, that because he was selling drugs, and you can trace the money towards it. Then it became money laundering and all those kind of different things. But I think, I mean, that's your word to use Robert Ward. He was what, reckless, you say?
Irresponsible.
Okay, irresponsible, but he doesn't have that authority. However, there is a standing order from the president that says property and accounts that are proven to be drugs funded could be confiscated and seized, but through the court.
Yeah, so before we go quickly to Mr. Seaton here, and then we come to Syria. Unfortunately, the president's statement or word on the kind of executive is not a definitive law of the country. You have to go to the court. It's the court that will have to seize anything in our country. That's the structure of our jurisprudence. Mr. Seaton, I don't know if this was the discussion for the public, because you have.
Yes, it was a lot of discussion.
That can put food on our table.
Doesn't put food on the table of the people.
No, I will know. Yeah, when we're talking about putting food on the table, we're talking about discussing substantive issues, not issues that are trivial. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Now, this issue is very important because Nigeria is a country of law.
Yeah.
There's no jungle justice in Liberia. Let us make it clear. Now, while it is true that the DEA is fighting drugs in the country, they must be commended for that. Equally so, they have to do it within the confines of the law. For example, if Jackson Seaton is involved in a drug trade and the DEA get a tip off, the first thing they need to do here is go to the court and get a warrant. Get a warrant. The warrant will specify exactly what they are coming to search for. When they searches my property and they find drugs, they have the right to apprehend me and take me to court. And it is the court, from the adjudication from the court, I will be found guilty. If I'm found guilty, let me face the full weight of the law. If my property that they found a drug in, and it is established after investigation and a court case, and it is established that my property, I got that property through drug trade, the government has the right to seize that property. But to openly come up and say, without any authority from the court, that once we get to your house and once we find drugs in your home, we will seize your property, we will prosecute you, that's wrong. That is absolutely wrong. And I want to question whether, and again, look, sometimes I question some of our law enforcement officers, whether they even know the law. Before you become a law enforcement officer, you must have done some kind of a study on the law. You must know Liberia jurisprudence. You can't just get up and just make arbitrary statement because you are the head of the LDEA. No, it's wrong. That statement was reckless. That statement was reckless, and that tells you the level of his competence. I will say that. That tells you the level of his competence.
That's
because as a law enforcement officer, your statements are always measured. You just don't get up and make reckless statements.
That's right.
Before you even talk to the press, you get your legal team. That is why in most law enforcement agencies, they have a legal arm. When they have an issue, the legal folks in that institution, they discuss it before you even come to the public to make any statement regarding that. So I question that. You can just get up because Bucky Raw, yes, he was arrested. Was there any warrant issue for them to search his house? I want to see the warrant. Because they should have gotten a court warrant before they search his house. After searching his house, if they found drugs in your house, then what they do? They take him to court. I don't know whether that was done. And Robert made a very salient point. Apparently, the whole bucket roster was premeditated. It was pre-planned. That is the reason why when they went there, they started recording and they posted it on Facebook and they asked people to like. Who does that in law enforcement?
Exactly.
Who does that? I told you were doing that to gather evidence. That's your evidence. And you produce that when the court asks you to produce it in court.
That's right.
You don't take it and put it in the public sphere. All the public needed to know was he was arrested for drugs. That's it. And then you go to court and prove why he was arrested for drugs. But you put it into the court of public opinion. What are you trying? What is the message are you trying to send? Again, let me just say this, and I will close on this. The government of Liberia does not have a plan. To manage the drug epidemic in the country. Because if the government had a plan to manage the drug epidemic in the country, they would have taken all of those corrective measures to make sure that, number one, drugs don't come in the country. Number one, those people who are on drugs, they are rehabilitated. Have a program, a comprehensive plan on how to handle the whole menace of drugs in our country. But the government
CDC level comprehensive drugs law bill.
I don't want to believe it too.
Huh?
I don't want to believe it too.
CDC level, I'll say the bill, drug law.
Thank you, Mr.
I don't believe that CDC even have anything.
Thank you. No, we do have.
But then you're not been researching.
Are you a physician?
We do have.
Me?
No, I'm talking about Pewee. Because you say we do.
The country. Not CDC law, that country law.
Mr. Sita, you see, in journalism, we have something called the ABC, right?
Yeah.
So you are a journalist. I shouldn't be reminding you of that. When I say we do, structurally, I'm talking about the Republic.
Right. Okay.
The Republic do have. Yeah, I'm not talking
if
about.
You say the country,
I will not talk about
country because you're not in the country. So if you say the country do, then it makes sense. But when you say we, it means that you are, even though you are Liberian, but you are outside of Liberia.
Now you're not saying even though now. You will continue to start just saying the level.
Yeah, but you're outside of the country, so you can't say we.
No.
Listen,
being outside the country does not preclude me of being Liberian.
Exactly.
Is that correct?
Yeah,
no, you're right.
So are you? So you are non-Liberian and father you here, right?
No. When I'm speaking, because I'm a little bit from the distance looking in, I will always refer to the country. Okay.
And that's why I say we is talking about the country. So the country do have a law, very comprehensive just law. But yet Rawa says something that's very important that need to be highlighted also. And I think it's part of the reason why Bucket Raw will even build the way he was built, because the way they went about it, it should be a non-biddable offense, if you will. And he was taken to the central prison in no time he got out. Now, if you were to take people on a social media spree, the mayor lawyer could say even those people are the one that dropped evidence, drugs in his home.
That's right.
They dropped drugs in his home.
That's right.
Because they were going on social media doing this. These are people that drop. They have motive. So if you do things to create motive, they were targeted. Imagine, Your Honor, you see the people who are going to do drugs during live social media. A non-lawyer that can go and defend that man, I will win the case.
Exactly.
I'm not lawyer. I will defend him comprehensively. He's going to win the case. You don't go with the intent to say, I'm going to catch the man with drama. You carry something there. Because you're going live. People doing the liking, making comments, doing this. Other people saying this. Listen, the disgusting part of the way we approach law enforcement in the country is so unfortunate and so reprehensible to the extent that it is driving the country one way that always put the country to be lawless. And that's why we are not passing the State Department rule of laws card. Even the MCC card, we vehemently, also we massively also feel it's because of those things. We have to learn to do it. Then you have the DEAT that we all now praising as the white chicken. He's trying to find a rule now to go to the red order. Right? Because if you're pressing somebody now, you're saying, oh, you will seize. You can't seize, my brother. You don't have that authority to seize. One institution in the country got one branch is the court. And for the court to do that, there should be all reasonable doubt, with all evidence that's due in court to prove that Sylvester Pewee being engaged into drugs peddling and proceed from peddling drugs, build this mansion and all of things, build this, and you have to be consistent in proving to the judge that he did it. Then the judge will go through all the things. When you prove it, and the judge say, okay, no, we understand that what the prosecution says is true. Rabah and Pewee were involved with this, so bam, these things are seized and proceed for anything. We'll sell it and we'll give things to rehabilitate those that the drugs damage. And that's what the law provides. The law that Mr. Sita, the law that on the book. That's why the law. But Sarah will come to you quickly so you can close on this whole thing. And your government, the former ruling party, was heavily lambasted by this current government in power about these things about the rule of law and all of things. Are you surprised to see them engaging to this kind of a thing now? Or even their party, BB people, the stalwarts in the party, reposting these things on social media, that they will start taking the Liberian people home, even mistakenly somebody want to go and smoke weed there, then they will take that afternoon. Are you surprised of that?
I'm not surprised. And the reason why I'm not surprised, because these very people were in power 12 years before CDC came to power. And we saw what it did. And now that they are back in power, they are just worse than the very CDC that they criticize. They said, and I want to refer specifically to what you said about Mo Ali's post. I think that post was just hypocritical. Because I think when they talk about going to go seize people's property because they found drugs there, they are very selective in a lot of things they do. They don't do things because of the general good of the country. They do these things, like for example, a few months ago we heard about Kalando's truck being contacted because of drug, or being seized because of drugs. Did they take him to court? Did they take him to court? Did we even hear about that case anymore after that? I said no. But so it's all hypocritical, and it's all showmanship because they want to show to it. They want to prove to the Liberian people. They come on these Facebook pages and make all this loud noise, want to prove to the Liberian people that they are doing something, and they are not. It's all selective. If you are in the interest of the country, everything you do should be across the board. What they did to Bucky Road, they have not done it to any of the other people that the Quita lady we saw or we heard about that had all that drugs. Did they do that to her or any other person? They targeted Bucky Road because for some reason he probably, we heard he refused to sing at their program, and they know that he probably connected to the CDC. So these are some of the reasons these people come out and say all of these things. It is not genuine. It's only to show off, and it's not in the common interest of the country. That's how it's, and I'm not surprised because the thing that they do, and then they criticize the CDC government for, now they're in power, they're doing worse. And the Liberian people can see it. It's all selective. Do stuff across the board for the Liberian people. We are all Liberians, regardless of our political parties or our political affiliations. Anything you do in the country must be for the common good of all Liberians, not because this person is not your partisan, so you go after them, and then when you see another drug dealer somewhere else, then you leave them alone. It's not going to help the country. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Thank you. But so basically, that's going to be part of the difficulties we're going to face with in the country. Selective fight against the drug system. We cannot be selective if we want to declare war against things that are considered public enemy number one. If these things are structurally public enemies, we have to engage them head on. We have to hold the bull by the horn and attack it fearlessly. And we did that across political line. It shouldn't be from a partisan line. We have to go beyond that and just target those things, and we're going to move to attack and move the country forward. But there are a lot of things unfolding in the country in terms of different sort of debate, in terms of the social area. We discussed some of these things, meaning the budget. So what we decided to do, I will personally contact a few of them. It will have to get to Senator Conner also to get his perspective on further justification as to why he did this. I must say some things that are also important from the get-go when we started this show tonight. We're going to start that hopefully tomorrow or Monday. We will take some time and review the budget. I'm getting some numbers here I'm looking at, but we need to know where they shifted some numbers, because we got information that part of the reason Kamara voted for it was the increase the agricultural sector budget. There was some increment into the budget for education also. So we want to see. I want to see how much. There's some amount for the DEA they put. They put like I was looking at $7 million for the DEA. I don't know if that amount still going to stand or we're going to change a little bit for that. So in terms of the DEA, I was focusing on also in terms of rehabilitation and community services engagement. What are we doing about that? So
I got a question for you, Pewee.
Uh-huh.
So when it comes to this budget, the budget, and then you're saying that Amara voted, you're getting some numbers that he voted because there was some increment to the agriculture and other things. So don't you know that some of these things are just for showmanship? They make these allotments to these agencies or to these ministries, and one time these people don't get the money.
No, that would be a point. That would be if they don't get the money, and it's up for those.
They don't get the money. It's just to satisfy the Liberian people that say, "Oh yeah, they increased the budget in this, they increased the budget in that." But one time they don't get it.
No,
we saw that with the people in Bakono, they were complaining they didn't get the money they were supposed to get. Even to other hospitals in Cape Mine, other places, they all got the money they were supposed to. It was in the budget line, but they did not receive it.
No, you may be probably right on that in some cases, but on the very budget law is very clear also. There should be a budget performance report, and the budget performance report will have to come in before of the next budget period kicks in. So let's say, for instance, the Ministry of Agriculture got $30 million in this year's budget. We have to see first and foremost how did the budget perform. If the budget
are you talking about 2025 or 2026?
No, she's not talking about this budget that just passed, the 2026 budget.
The 2026 budget, okay.
Yes. So
I'm looking at the 2025 budget.
No, the 2025 you're seeing there. So let's say, for instance, Cyril, that was projected, right? And if all the money didn't go to the Ministry of Agriculture, during the budget performance report, the Ministry of Agriculture will have to come and say, hey, we didn't receive $30 million. We received $20 million, and this didn't come for us. You have to come and make that report. It is part of the justification that we're talking about financial prudence. To be financially prudent, you have to work within the budget. The PFM law is there. The public financial law of our country is very clear. It is within the public financial law of the Republic of Liberia that those things function. So if Kamara is saying that $10 million went to this place, that was part of the reason, because Kamara did critique the budget. And part of the reason of critiquing the budget was to give further justification that a certain area that needed to be prioritized, and we didn't do much in those areas. For instance, education, the agricultural sector. He believed he himself is involved into agricultural activities, right? Are we engaging in terms of promoting our farmers? Doing this, doing that. So a lot of things going to happen. So Monday will take some time. I don't know if we all have some discussion. Timothy, I was told that you engaging in agriculture because you're planning to contest in district number what's it? Honestly, the last time we went to Liberia, we're in Liberia recently. We have gone to Dodosta to attend the home government funeral of Tomalin uncle. And on the sideline of that, while people were now eating, drinking, and right, trying to remember the legacy of his fallen uncle, someone said to me, when they're praying to God, when we let it marry, our whole district will change, right? Because that district, so I heard that. And I was telling Peabody on the sideline of that, so that's what I'm looking at me. So the agricultural sector, where's your whole plan? Because we get the information that they increase the money and lawmakers, and if you were to go in the House 2029, what would be your perspective in terms of the promoting agriculture? Let me just gauge of it, because we're trying to focus on the point Kamara is bringing in and other points other people are talking about. Before we can discuss it Monday, we're going to do a runner on this budget our pass today. What should be our hope that the lawmakers did in concurring, the Senate did in concurring with the lower house? You muted.
I think the FAO, the Food and Agriculture Organization, okay, they have a threshold that if we can allocate, I think, a certain amount of our national budget, I forgot, I will check it out, they will match it. And they have been saying that they have been putting that stuff up for the last They did it during Ellington, Weirton, and we have yet to reach that threshold to come to match them. So I mean, if especially so the arrest agenda, President Bokar, the first letter that is arrest is agriculture. And I think before they amended this budget, it was 13 million. And if you notice, most of the people that supported the alliance, they were embarrassed. You saw them, everybody writing. I think you saw the young guy, Amula, I know Amande. They were all frustrated writing that they should take money from NSA and put it to agriculture, and instead because they had an education and health ministry, more than 100 million. And the three ministries are supported by donors. The donors fund these ministries heavily. So I think if we must make agriculture a priority for our country, we should be pushing for agricultural budget being not less than 100 million. On a serious note.
So, Tomalin, if I may get you right, you said that the donor, our development partners, right? The country development partners.
FAO.
Yeah, FAO, the Food and Agriculture Organization, says that whatever the government allocate for agriculture, they're going to match it by the same amount, right?
Yeah.
So currently now I'm looking at the 2026 budget, the government allocated $13 million for agriculture. So the FHO is going to match it with another $13 million.
It didn't increase it in a past budget?
I'm just looking at it, the agriculture sector.
They had 13 million,
last year, the 2025 budget, it was 16 million.
Then how can it drop to 13 million?
Hold on. The fiscal year 2026 budget is 13,666,843. That is the budget. So that means to say from last year, it dropped by 3 million.
I mean, and that's something like in the explanation. That's why, if you notice, most of the supporters of the government, they were posting that it increased it. Take for example, the Ministry of State and NSA, their budget is in the initial budget more than JFK, Jackson Hebdo, Phoebe, Redemption Hospital, the Emirates Hospital. I think it was lingering at 13 million. So people were saying, honestly, why? When I asked the question, moreover, why NSA? They say, oh, because you know the security threats of security, because they are all classified. Give me a break.
That is the game. That is the game.
Yeah, and you notice, look,
that is the game.
NSA, they have been since Dota. They've been using NSA as that place again to all them. So when you question NSA, now cover operation, they can't announce it, and that's been a problem. So Pewee, I will fight for agriculture to go to 100 million plus, and I will fight that will reach that threshold to meet up with the threshold of the FAO, so that we can. And then
that's a good aspiration, but looking at a budget of 13 million to increase it from 13 million to 100 million, that's a tall order.
I think, Mr. Siton, you are actively involved in journalism. When President Doe said, first of all, Tobo said, go back to the soil. No Pusara rest after 1980.
Yeah, that's when we were kids. After 1979, the country was never going to import rice. That led to the Rest Riot. Yes, that led to the Rest Riot when Backup Taffy, all the guys were detained. And then right after that, the military coup happened.
Yeah,
I think I was in 8th or 9th grade, something like that.
Yeah, but the Green Revolution, those said that which will decrease the export of the import of foreign rice in the country. But then again, you saw what happened. Today we're still struggling with rice issue. And when I went to Liberia, I ate potato green rice with the Minister of Information during a lunchtime with the country rice. The agriculture minister said that rice. He said, in fact, you should start eating the white rice. All the Pusara rice, they're not good for human consumption. You eat Pusara, eat our country rice or burger wheat. Our country rice is so rich because if you can cook, rare cook, if you watch the country rice, they starch all the white thing move on there. Then the real thing, the real rice, when you cook that rice, And for me, I can eat like right now. I eat burger wheat or brown rice or country rice. Wherever, except I go somewhere where they get it, I don't get no choice. But at home, I mean, I eat. That's what I eat. You eat that thing with flowers or all the soup then good. You know, it's good. Oh yeah, I love flowers up in it. And
Look, but Pewee, I got an issue here. You asked Tomalin about him being a lawmaker and
I said 100. I said we'll carry 100. I will push for 100 million.
But yes, my thing.
Yeah.
Should lawmaker only push for agriculture budget to increase because they get farm and they want to tap into that?
No.
Those are conflict of interest we see. No, I'm coming from the vice president.
Not necessarily.
But I'm coming in the context of almost all the majority. You see, look, let me tell you something. We're not taking our country anywhere.
No, but
I'm Jeremiah Kun begin farmer here. And when I mean Jeremiah Kun, I'm just putting it on Jeremiah Kun as a person. I'm not talking about politician and he as a vice president, including the president himself too. If his fund is a beneficiary of these things. Because with all the millions, there's one ministry that has always been funded, either through budget or international agricultural ministry. That the PMU public something is always been funded. The least money that can go to that place, more than 100 billion. That agricultural ministry from time immemorial. They always get, whether it's a cartel, whether the money come through and go back and be distributed. And you see all the, now I come in, you see all the huge farms from politicians. Huge farms. But the actual farmer who live on farming from the day forever, they don't have access to these things.
Well,
so all that about agricultural budget is not necessary for the trickle down.
You know why, Pewee, and my fellow panelists, you know what happened? Let me share with y'all. The reason why they will undermine for us to decrease our dependency on importation of foreign rights. You know why? Let me give a typical example. I beg you, I won't call the person's name, but because I don't want to get it rough shovel. But
my man, you're a press man, my man. Don't hire anybody.
I'm not a journalist. Let me say this right. Prior to a few months ago, I think I shared with Pewee on behind the scene. Prior to going a few months ago, managing director, one of the MD, he's involved in the importation of rice. So I got information from Agriculture Ministry that they said there are 5 Liberians now involved in the importation of foreign rice. Okay, and the person is part of it. So the person want to work. When I asked the person, he tried he not only had the information, right? He said, "Oh no, I'm not." So when I provided him the list of the rice importer with a company part of it, he said, "Okay, no happen, please. Let me wait. I'll get back to you." He brought the next day. He brought what they call. He said he divested his share. He said, "I'm part of it no more." So yeah, I think now there are people who are involved in importation of rice. Don't let anybody fool you. Why do you think there's a monopoly over this rice issue into who import rice in the country? Because a cartel. People are involved. That's why they will always tell you, "Oh, why can't you say then open the rice market?" Or if you want to encourage Liberian farmers, you clamp down on the importation of foreign rice. So Liberian farmers can produce rice, they can be sold. But they will not do it, you know why? It's a cartel. That's why they will always play this politics with rice as a political commodity. That's a lie. Because their interest involved. They are part of the cartel of all the major rice importers. Most of our people are part of it. Make no mistake. Most of our officials are part of it. They get a share from it. So as a lawmaker, you want to come with a strong position and say, look, let us cut down the importation of foreign rice to encourage our farmers to produce rice so we can have it in the market. Those things that whether they can do or not, give them tools, give them incentives, and see whether they can do it.
Yeah, quickly, Robert, on this same agricultural thing, because it's important about the budget, we're going to be looking into this tomorrow and Monday also. It's critical. For instance, the national budget, the government is saying the 2026 national budget of Liberia total US 1.211 billion, focusing on key sectors such as agriculture, education, and infrastructure under the arrest agenda for inclusive development. Does the amount reflected, as Mr. Sita was saying just now, Robert, that amount from 16, I don't know, I stand to be, because we operate as the 1.1% of it, and the emphasis here from the intro in terms of the national budget that includes the emphasis agriculture, and agriculture is paid one from their own manifesto. Does $13 million reflect anything realistically? They're saying that it reflects their rest agenda?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. It doesn't. So and that's my issue with the budget. The budget, number one, does not reflect a government that has a commitment to rescuing the country in terms of the bread and butter issue: education, infrastructure, uh, jobs, agriculture. I mean, all of those things that encompasses, jobs. The budget does not reflect their own manifesto. What's in the budget for tourism? We just opened. The president just appointed the general director and deputy general director for the tourism authority. What's in the budget for tourism? The last I checked, I don't know if the amount that's in the budget for tourism is even enough for public city.
Hello.
And so no, you got to mute. Sitan, you got to mute. Sitan, you got to mute. I'm not sure if that budget is enough for even public city. And so let's look at the anti-corruption commission. The budget gives them $34 million, Sylvester. $34 million. Now, I'm not an economist, right? And I'm not an economist, but just looking at priorities, how can you give an institution, right, that we have not seen anything fruitful from? I have not seen anyone who been prosecuted for corruption that have gone to jail. I have not seen. I don't even know what the amount collected in restitution looks like, right? The corruption is still massive in our country, but you have an anti-corruption commission that gets more money in the budget than agriculture. How do you make that make sense? How? How can you say that we have to be self-sufficient when it comes to feeding ourselves, and to do that we have to produce in our food in our own country instead of importing them? And in order to do that, we have to invest in farmers. We have to open up our roads, but yet and still the budget does not reflect that. So how do you prioritize anti-corruption that over all of these years have you absolutely nothing over agriculture? And so the government is saying one thing, but in actuality, they're prioritizing other things. There are over $500,000 in the budget for scratch card. Scratch card. There are over $500,000 in the budget for scratch card.
Yeah.
Wow.
Who the heck are you buying scratch card for when you already 72 to almost 80% of the budget goes to recurring expenditure?
Yeah.
Salaries and benefits. So how much more money do you need to be able to afford scratch card?
And that should be our focus of this discussion.
Sylvester, I've been looking, but I don't think the Senate have passed the budget yet, because the last time I checked, the committee, the finance means
the Senate did today.
Well, I need to find out, and I want to be on the record because
today, and that's part of the reason why we're saying we need Senator Tony to make some.
Yeah, because Senator Amara Tony, he's a big brother, whom I have tremendous respect for. I need to understand on what grounds he affixed his signature to approving his budget, because again, there are things in this budget that again does not focus on the well-being of the people. The people well-being are not reflected in this budget. And so, no, I don't think this budget benefits the people. I think that this is same old, and we need to do better. But I wanted to close on this, and I want to just go back a little bit to what Mr. Seaton said when he talked about Liberia is a country of law, and I just wanted to say, I wrestled with whether or not Liberia in practicality is actually a country of law. Liberia, we have constitution, we have laws on the books, but are they being implemented? Are they being enforced across the board? Because if Liberia was a country of law, I don't think that the president would not have built a $6.1 million secret project in 4 years without Congress approval. The law is very clear on these kinds of projects. So if Liberia is a country of law, how is the president able to build a project that is damn near completion, right? Have an amount to it, $6.1 million, with no information as to how that money was acquired, right? No oversight whatsoever.
Really under the cover of darkness.
The law is very clear on what the requirements are for the president for these kinds of projects to be built. If Liberia was a country of law, then I don't think that Richard Cohn would be speaker today, because the highest court in the land spoke, and they were very, very explicit on what they stood on the law. Richard Cohn would not be president or speaker of the House today. If Liberia is a country of law, Brian, what's his name? And we can all have our own different opinion. That young lady who got raped, she will be getting justice today. Liberia is not a country of law. We pretend to have laws on the books, but they are not enforced. And if they are enforced, they are selective in enforcement.
And meanwhile, let me just give the information.
You go and pick up Bucket Raw, because Bucket Raw supports CDC. So you want to disgrace Bucket Raw because you found weed in house now. CDC they're connecting with a musician that got weed. That's not a country of law. A country of law is one that respects the law, and those who have control of the law, they are exemplary of the law. They respect the law. So no, Liberia is not a country of law, but this budget is a total mess.
And meanwhile, 830,763 is allocated for security sector and rule of law. Security and rule of law sector. $151 million.
Fairly on the listen. So we have to, the envelope, the national envelope is a little narrow, and I had the opportunity before I sat with and Kamara said the same thing. He said new pro. Listen, the budget is not big, and a lot of sector we have a lot of sector tied to it, but we need to prioritize our major areas. And the major, for instance, just this arrest time I'm trying to go into. The rest is critical, Mr. Sita. So the point is that if you want to focus on agriculture, because agriculture, the reason why one is always pushing agriculture, because that's a worth creating sector. If you put more money into agriculture, you will see it will start coming up.
Exactly.
If you put money into security, you're going to spend to protect us, right?
That's it.
But agriculture sector will create more money.
Yeah.
Tourism sector will create more money.
But Sylvester, shouldn't we be investing in these areas then?
These are the area we'll be ready to put more
investment in this area are security in their own rights.
Yes.
If the vast majority of the populace are doing something, they are gained for the employee, they can feed their family, they can do whatever they want to do to improve their lives. What do we have to spend money on security?
No, you have to do that. Listen, we have to be fair. In this place, almost everybody's employed.
Yeah, we understand
but
that.
You spend billions of dollars.
Of course.
Why you do that? So what we're saying, we have to balance.
You have to balance it.
We have to balance the argument. What I'm saying is that we prioritize the major area that will bring more money to the country.
The way I get arguments on that, I just say that when everybody working in a country, you need security.
Yeah.
No, what I mean, people will be comfortable. Look, right now, take for example, right? You have an organization called themselves STAN. You have a group of corn artists. Hold on, let me just make this point. You have a group of corn artists that call themselves stand. They are terrorizing the country under the guise of demonstrating against maize rule in the country, when in fact those same group of people were in government 2 years ago. All right. Now, here is the problem. The problem is the vast majority of the people that follow these people are people who are unemployed.
That's not in America, Stephen. You see, the problem, I don't know what presentation, but you're laughing. Donald Trump, for the most of his administration,
don't compare America with Liberia.
But the premise is getting. But the premise is getting. The reason why Liberia will country like Sierra Leone, country like Ghana, the reason why some of our push back, the reason why we push back on this ideology, I'm coming. The reason why we push back on this kind of ideology to suggest that when everybody working the point, there's no need for security, because you got a lot of people listening to you. And when you say that kind of thing, it will suggest, it will become quiet, it will suggest that we share that kind of view with you. How you say something like that?
But it's part of the reason why I keep
you're not understanding what I'm saying. Yeah. I'm not saying that there should be no security. What I'm saying here is if the vast majority of our people are working, the country will be less threatening, because they will not have the mindset of committing mischief.
Yeah, but you still have to invest in security. But Sylvester, here's my question.
That is the point I'm making.
If the envelope of the country is very small, $1.2 billion is relatively small, right?
Yeah.
We have all of these different issues. Instead of the government, you know what we've done over the years, Sylvester? We've expanded the size of government, when we should be reducing the size of government. If the envelope is so small, why do we continue to create agencies and institutions and ministries that in reality are doing duplicate jobs? For instance, why do you need the Ministry of Information when the Ministry of Information can work together with the press secretary? The executive mansion has a press secretary office already. You don't need, from my perspective, you don't necessarily need a Ministry of Information. The minister, you can reform this structure, and you can still have a press secretary and a deputy press secretary like we do right now, and they will be in charge of disseminating the president's information on the presidents or whatever. But we don't need press secretary. Then you need information, Ministry of Information. You don't need that. So if we were to get rid of all of these useless agencies and these useless institutions and these ministries that are not bringing nothing to the country, they're not. All these guys are doing are just getting paid. I don't understand the impact that they're bringing. So why do we have these ministries? So the envelope. I'm sorry, guys. I got a call. If the envelope is so small, then why do we continue to expand government? We need to be investing in the private sector. If we want to reward political surrogates with good jobs, we can hire all of them in government. We need to ensure that we have a functioning private sector where people can go out there and find jobs. We need to be investing in agencies and institutions that will bring money back to the country, like tourism, agriculture, and these things. So if the envelope is so small, then we continue to have big government. It's not solving our unemployment problem.
And you are right. You are right in a sense. Take, for example, let's look at the security sector. You have the National Security Agency, then you have the Ministry of National Security.
Exactly.
You have the Ministry of National Defense. You have the Bureau of Immigration and Naturalization.
There you go.
Have the
let me correct you.
Liberia. You have the National Police.
Let me correct you before you continue. Let me correct you before you continue, please. We don't no longer have the Ministry of National Security. So that's that.
Been on Liberia for a long time. I'm convinced that I been on Liberia for a long time.
But to his point, the point he's making is you have all of these duplicate ministries.
Exactly, duplication.
They are doing the same thing pretty much.
No, but no matter what, Robert, we're always going to have the immigration service. We cannot get rid of that.
That's fine.
We're not saying that you should get rid of it.
We're always going to have I come to your point, Sita. We're always going to have the Liberia National Police. We're not going to stop that, right?
No. Yes.
We're always going to have the Ministry of Defense. Are we going to stop that?
No.
Okay, so what we did as a country. So when we thought we had too much of very overlapping bureaucracy. We thought to reduce the bureaucracy. So they said, okay, can we remove the Ministry of National Security because we already have the NSA? So they removed the Ministry of National Security. They removed the division of the National Bureau of Investigation. So the National Bureau of Investigation is out, and the National Security Ministry is out. So you have those statutory angle now. You always need to have the NSA. That's our spy institution. You will not have one. That's the NSA. We'll have the NSA, and we have the police, the immigration, and then you have to have this for phone. We'll push by our partners, and even the US ought to have that. The Drugs Enforcement Agency. We need to have a separate arm to tackle that exclusively, and then we push down to have. We separated all those things. So the Ministry of Defense is statutory. We're all going to have it. The police and other things. So, Mr. Sito, I don't think the National Security Agency and the Bureau of National Investigation, we scrap those things off for some time. But to our point that he just concluded on a while ago, I agree that we needed to reduce the bureaucracy. There's too much of, a lot of people now even currently in the country saying, do we still need to have the Ministry of Post and Telecommunication? Do we need a Ministry of Post and Telecommunication? Many people are still stating this. Can we anchor in a different way? Many people are also saying there are other institutions that there's no need to have, if you will. Now, the Ministry of Information, for instance, can we scrap the Uniform Information out and allow the press secretary to do the talking for the government?
That's it.
The press secretary, the press secretary already got 2 deputy press secretaries. Those 3 individuals can appropriately disseminate government policy. That would be a very good way of doing it. Right. Then, beyond the information ministry, then you have every ministry and agency got their PRO man. Then what's the need of having the Ministry of Information? So you have the press secretary, and all those PRO offices will inform the presidency on government development happening. Then they will propagate those things. Right. There are a lot of areas too in government that we can slice up. You're right about that. Because
so what becomes of those that are working in those institutions?
And that's the debate now.
Yeah, the debate. So Sarah, what becomes of them? The government refocuses on enabling a functioning private sector. The private sector is where you create jobs, and here's what you do. This is what I've said. The government that focuses on tourism and the expansion of that is the government that will address unemployment issue in Liberia right now. You get rid of the Ministry of Information. The Tourism Authority can report to the Ministry of Tourism, and you need that. The Ministry of Tourism functions right under the government. The Ministry of Tourism will focus on the entire government plan when it comes to tourism in the country. These institutions matter because they help you with government revenue. That's why Ghana are bringing in almost $3 billion. This is why Jamaica are bringing in billions of dollars annually in tourism. But we have all of these ministries that you don't really need. Do we need representative? Do we need to pay for their clerks too and their security?
So talking about tourism, I just got a confirmation. Broward, hope you host up. You moderate that show on Tuesday, December 23rd. The tourism ambassador to the president, Ambassador Christopher.
Man, we're not bringing out, man. I want to make him tell. Yeah, man. Come on, man. That man I can't for you. I just on fly.
We are the new tourism.
I would not can actually the
Is he coming with the general manager of the tourism authority?
Coming with the tourism, the will be as well. Robert Tony tell December.
Hey, no, I mean, first they come here when I call around.
What's the guy coming with?
You say the platform open, anybody can come here.
No, I just kidding.
Right now, right? And the man will be appearing. Robert will take that lead to moderate that.
I'm just kidding.
Tomalin, is it a guy that was accused of taking money from someone he did not pay back or something like that?
I don't know about that.
Yeah, that was the alleged. Yeah, it was alleged.
Allegedly, yeah.
So, a guy will be all at sharp 8 p.m. is about.
But I want to get Sylvester. I want to
prepare yourself for 2012.
I'll do some little research on that so I can ask him that question.
I hope the man can say he's somewhere in the forest again.
No. But it's at least Robert now will be moderation. So now he will conduct. You will not be.
Damn it! I can see that show be too fiery.
No, Sarah. The reason why they want to moderate,
when I mess up around, When I make several round go balance tell you.
You
see, Sylvester. That's why you see. That's what I want to say. I said I can enjoy Sylvester when he's moderating because the show there's not too much noise. He got it 2 minutes. That's why he want me to moderate because when I'm moderating, I have to have some kind of limitation.
Oh yeah, you got limitation.
Exactly.
You know
I think he's smart.
No, but the tourism will bring, from what I gather, a lot of money coming to tourism industry will bring the country.
But no, it's a powerful industry.
No,
but what are they doing? They're going 2 years now. Still nothing. What are they doing?
The project got the bill just passed this year to have a tourism bureau. Now they were not even in the last budget. Now they're asking at least giving some money so they can get the stuff going. Get a full.
But Tomalin, it should have reflected in this budget. The tourism is part of the government.
Because I was when the budget year, I think they're part of it. I think they got some money.
But no, they are captured. But I don't know if there is suspension.
This budget they captured. So, but now what they are saying that if they give them what they need right now, maybe they say after that they won't need government. They'll support themselves. We don't believe. I believe you get tourism and support that Musa, right?
Yeah, of course. Tourism can.
That's
what you need a tourism authority.
So let's have a good show on Tuesday.
Yeah,
and also at least by Monday or Wednesday we'll do the grading thing, and I get more ourselves, but we'll do the grading thing finally. Everybody looking up to us, so hopefully we'll come up with our grading system.
But on Tuesday we name the superintendent of the year and other thing.
The Tuesday that tourism day, but Wednesday.
Wednesday then superintendent.
Christmas Eve. Let's get it for good Christmas. Let's see what happens. The debate. So Pewee, we'll do our research, please.
No, I mean for me, I get issue with you. I get issue with nobody. I
So
I started doing my analysis on our attorney tonight. I will sleep small tomorrow. Sleep.
I got a quick question here.
You see my point I'm giving up.
And the question
so when you come here with your point, you got to come strong because
I'm coming strong.
I'm doing mine. I'm taking time sitting down here. I've read something behind. I will not sleep tomorrow.
I got a quick question.
I will take time and do that. Go ahead. We'll wrap it up.
For you, Tomalin, I hear a lot of people saying that, oh, the superintendent of NIMA is doing very well. She's doing very well. She's doing very well. She's doing very well. So if the very
is it well that and laughing?
Well, we got something, but go ahead.
If the very well that she's doing, is it connected to her building her modifying the superintendent building? Is that the very well she's doing that people say, oh, she's doing very well? Because I hear people are doing, oh, she's doing well, she's doing well. Does it relate to the building that she's doing, like modifying the building?
That because I one bidding and they won't be her superintendent of the year.
No, that won't never happen.
But I just want to know. I want to know if she's doing other things. I want to know if she's doing other things to impact the life of the demise.
Nothing. She can't account for almost 500,000 to the use of Barry Prince Johnson. She can't account for that.
Don't come with it.
Yeah, but we can disagree with you, Tomalin. We will have our own reason why your pick cannot be superintendent of the year. So we can counter that. I think Sylvester is already doing a good job countering that.
Like, how can you have a account for the money
of the year that can't account for $500,000 funeral?
I beg you, man. You might count. No, if I take that people go in Nima and go and ask the people about her performance, I'll tell you.
Performance on what, Tomalin?
In fact, young people are working. The schools, look at the students, the very public schools there. They are providing them the necessary things to make the good.
What necessary thing when people say setting the impact of bleed growing on the background to go to school?
You just saw it first.
In the part of where the former president was trying to do his farm, where they play. How are we structuring this?
The enrollment of students on the student enrollment have increased on her too. People are getting look. She takes the local leaders the local leaders of the country. They have been in Azerbaijan, Brazil, Japan, China. Whoever done it in the history of Liberia, who didn't have done it, taking the local leaders to travel.
But the superintendent is promoting her own tourist movement around the world.
They come back and
using people as a springboard to try and enjoy herself.
No, she's not enjoying herself, brother.
Superintendent going to Brazil to enjoy herself. I'll carry 2 transitional leaders to increase the thing.
I gotta say this though. I gotta say this, Tomalin. Maybe you can.
And when you justify your reason,
Well, you have the time.
You call congratulate her all. Ask her. Kept calling congratulate her all at night.
Oh, so let me ask you, Tomalin, what did that congratulation take place at her nice mansion in Nima?
Never did that for more than 12 years. They were hunting.
Do you know the money that the Nimba superintendent? Let me say one thing to you. Do you know the reason why Nimba County superintendent and Nimba County and all the things unfolding were there? This county is getting a lot of money from ArcelorMittal. Do you know this?
Yeah, but
this county, I'm coming somewhere. This county got a lot of they got a graveyard of scrap materials and scrap making hundreds of thousands of US dollars, if not in the millions. The superintendent office is always behind. Listen, Nimba County is very deep. With a lot of things happening.
It is.
The superintendent office is selling most of those scrap material. Do you know those things?
What?
They can't account for those money. Those abandoned machines, caterpillars, and all those things that have been that great. They're selling those. Do you know? Listen, don't go to her. Look, I get some information that beyond, leave the gossip thing. Beyond that, this year alone, for the past 2 years,
I might not know that gossip.
Do you know the amount of scrap material being going put those in the scrap thing during that? Thousands of dollars being put behind that. She's not accounting for some of the money.
What?
Now, the $488,000. The $488,000 that were collected.
But I said she refused to put it on the out.
I'm not the one that's saying that. One of the senators saying that she can account for the money, almost $500,000 that were used. They brought money for Prince Johnson, but where did that money go?
What money, Prince Johnson?
The money they collected to say they took from the county comfort to say they would use for bury Prince Johnson, and the government took care of everything.
No, there were other things done.
Don't say no to money. The issues are there. So listen, if she call you and you sat down and she go to say one berry, that's Sunny Korea. Oh, that is seat of the OAU. That where
to tell you the truth,
Africanism started from. That young lady has done extremely well. Not because
to tell you the truth, huh? Well, look at the women of this country.
Right now, what she even proposed, and I think the cabinet endorsed it. The president is that county revenue sharing 60-40. Yeah, what revenue? 40% in the county.
That proposal was there before she got there.
Huh?
It was there before she got there.
Were you implemented? No, they just talk on paper.
The professor was there before she got there. She was not
the great honorable Tomalin George. I can hear him jump out, man, when he was doing his tour. The superintendent was touring him.
We got 12 minutes to close, so we'll start with.
So what I wanted to say,
we start with you closing.
Oh, me?
Yeah, you go ahead to close.
So what I wanted to say when I look at the people, the women in Nima County, when I hear you guys say, oh, the old lady, the only person face that shiny in Nima County that lady, that superintendent, she's the only person face shiny over there. All the other women that look like they're struggling. So whatever she's doing, she needs to try her, let the grease go down her elbow so that other people can get some. Because only her face shiny in Nima County.
Yeah, when she finished, she leave from here, she enjoy herself to some break, and then go back, go Brazil, go China, go Singapore, go this place.
So Sarah, what grade you get a woman now?
When I talk I will put my grade there.
If you didn't talk yesterday,
that's the reason why I'm asking this question, because always people hearing people say, "Oh, she's doing well, she's doing well, she's doing well," and the other well,
I think not. Sarah,
let me finish. The only well I see that people keep pointing to is that building that she modified, and if that is the reason why people are seeing she's doing well, then they need to try harder, because whatever you do in the county must impact the lives of the people. That's why, in my opinion, that's my definition of doing well. Not to go make a building that fell because you're going to sit in there. You're going to benefit from it. Even the people will come to the superintendent office and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, her office is there, so she has to beautify it. But something that she would do that would be in the general interest of the Nima County people is what we call doing well.
Okay, so Sarah, here's the thing. Here's the context. The context is, yeah, my man, wait now, don't be sad. The context The context is of the superintendents of
Ahmed,
Liberia.
you closing now, please. You got.
Okay, yes, I want to close to pull back in the focus. The thing is,
we got 10 minutes. We got 10 minutes to go, please.
So the great,
but you let me finish. You let me do my closing say, but anyway.
Oh, then Ahmed, Sarah, use the 1 minute close.
Yeah, great show as always. The budget must be a priority for Liberian people. The budget must be a priority because the budget line, the direction of the budget indicates to our people the benefit that will come to them. So when you hear people were against the budget and not today for the budget, something happened somewhere. In my opinion, that's how I believe. Okay, so I urge our people to look beyond some of the things that these people say. Look beyond it. Do your own investigation. Ask the journalists to do their own background check as well. Whatever they put in the budget there, make sure let it benefit our ordinary Liberian people because they are the ones who employ these people to get in these big offices and do the Liberian people work. So it was a great show. And also I want to say congratulations to the region speaker and his wife. I wish them all the best. We are not here to judge them. We only mention some of these things because they are popular figures. Whatever they do with their lives, that's up to them. So I want to say hands up to them, and the Liberian people will have the rest to say. But whatever they do with their lives is completely up to them. I want to say congratulations to the both of them. And great show as always. We'll come here and when we have the time to say what we have to say to our people. Thank you.
So can I go next, please?
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Right before you go next, too many is highlighting Juma Jara team talking. Juma Jara. No, you highlighting. That's the guy. You guys think this is what Juma? Come on, man. Garguah, please.
Listen, great show, Sylvester. You did a phenomenal job. I think you had some control on the show. Mr. Jerome will be proud of you. So great job on that. I'm not sure if you guys discussed in depth. I think maybe sometime this week or next week, we need to discuss the government's pending ban on child selling on the street. I think it takes effect on the 18th of December. And I think this is a terrible mistake. I think this is a very terrible mistake by the government, especially on grounds that you have a massive unemployment in the country. Families cannot find jobs, even if they were qualified to work. They can't find jobs. You have no systems in place to support single mothers who are left with 2, 3, 4 children by fathers who cannot provide for them. And many of these parents are constrained. It's not like they want to have their kids in the street selling, but when they go to school, they're putting out for school fees. You do not have any investment in quality free education in the country where you can say, well, during school hours, you have no excuse as to why your kid is not in school instead of selling. That's not the case. We do not have elementary to high school free education in the country, right? Well, public schools, that's not the case in our country. And so I'm wondering, how can the government continue to ban these things, put all of these things the law is good. We want to protect our children. We don't want our children exploited. We don't want our children trafficked. But I listened to the minister of gender the other day. One of the government officials tagged me in the presentation that was given. I did not hear a single thing as far as bold steps that the government is taking to ensure that these kids, to ensure that there are underlying issues here that we have not addressed. You cannot stop parents when a mother of 5 is single, and right now in Liberia, sex is recreational. Sex has become recreational because people are less busy. People have nothing to do. There's no thought process in bringing kids into this world. People are not thinking about the economic impact of that. They're just having sex, and they are left, and these mothers are left with these children. So if the government will not address why these children are in the street selling, you cannot stop them from selling. This is going to backfire on them. Lastly, I want to say this. What was also really alarming to me, Sylvester, was that they even said that they will ban children begging. You don't have a plan to even tackle this whole armed robbery thing at night. There are people stealing, killing people to take what doesn't belong to them. And you're going to ban a child who is hungry, don't have food, her parents can't afford, you're going to ban them from begging? What am I supposed to do when a child says, come to my car and says, hey, sir, can you give me $20 because I'm hungry, I haven't eaten all day? Am I supposed to call the cops on them? Am I supposed to call the cops on them? So these laws are unrealistic because we are not putting in place, or we are not addressing all of the issues why these kids are in the streets, and it's going to backfire. So I think
they're trying to avoid the things they're supposed to.
We really need time to discuss these things. But great show always. Thank you.
Yeah,
The
great.
thing they're
And
supposed to
I
do
think
that what they're trying to avoid.
before I go to Mr. Sido quickly, in the country recently there was a great debate on that. I even pushed when I make comment on that. The deputy minister for gender call, they were having program for that. Children are still hawking in the streets. A lot of them stay hawking in the street, and they will have to have a comprehensive policy prescriptions that should direct to some of these things to solve them. I will support the government getting the kids from the street because that's what the president committed to. But we have to have a kind of comprehensive policy that will drive them off the street. They shouldn't be crushing rock under the brutal sun, if you will, and all those things happening. There's no plan for them to even take them to school or do other things. Mr. Sito, I will give you 1 minute 30 seconds to close, please.
Thank you very much. And I think we had a good show. The debate was feisty. But I want to comment on the issue of taking those kids out of the street. I think that's a good initiative. But then the question is, what are you going to do with these kids? You take them from the street. Most of them, their parents are not working. They are breadwinners for their family. Now, I will go back. The 2022 census says there are about 1.7 million kids under the age of 15. And out of that number, 550,000 are not in school. Now, the 1.2 million that are in school, the government says it has a school feeding program in collaboration with our development partners that are funding most of the school feeding program. 99% of the funding from the school feeding program comes from our international partners. The government only gave $1 million to that program. It takes $40 per year to feed a child. If you multiply 40 times 1.2 million, the number of kids that are in school, that's $48 million a year it takes to feed each child that is in school. Now, those 550,000 that are not in school, those are some of the kids that are roaming the street of Monrovia that are selling. Now, you're going to take them from the street. What is the program you have for them? Government say primary education is free to meet the Sustainable Development Goal of 2030. And that goal says that every country must provide basic primary education for its citizens. The government wants to meet that goal. That's a good aspiration. But again, where is the funding? You're taking the kids from the street. What is the program do you have for them? Taking them from the street is good. That's a good initiative. But do you have funding to absorb these kids that are not in school? And even if you provide an avenue for them to go to school, do you have a program in place to feed them while they are in school? Mind you, the vast majority of their parents are unemployed. So the government has a huge challenge. You know, all of these political rhetorics, they have to match it with concrete actions. Thank you very much.
Ahmed, he closed.
Yeah.
Well,
to be honest with you, I'm shocked that people will be giving tacit endorsement to child labor. I mean, how is that possible? How will we sit and support that kids should go on the street? Those kids got parents. So if we said jobs are hard, even if there were jobs, are you saying those kids will go and work? So why the parents can't go be the one begging now? Let the parents go stay on the street and beg. Gentlemen, that one has nothing to do with anything. Every country must have some sense of morality. We cannot have 2-3 years on the street begging. It's unfortunate that we are in a difficult period. yes, we agree it will happen.
The parent wouldn't. I'm not saying to justify quickly for you continue. The parent wouldn't attract the kind of a sympathy that the 2-3 year-old kid.
Then you're exploiting your child. Then you're exploiting the child.
That's what is happening in the country.
They're using children for sex slave as well. So are you saying because they are so it's justifiable?
No, but you're not getting my point.
Babies. So I'm just saying we can't even put those two things together. If it comes to where there must, if the children must go and bring rock, then you the parent go and bring the rocks and sell it for your children to eat.
Absolutely.
If it comes to the point where we must beg because country is so high, then let the parents, those people who produce the children, let them go and do it. So if you get 30 children on the street, I mean, there are 30 fathers and mothers sitting who those children go and beg and bring it for them to eat while they honor the son. They live with some of those fathers take that very money and go smoke drugs with it. For me, I don't think that's no society should do something. However, it should now speak to our conscience and to our lawmakers as they deal with this budget to understand that while it is true consciously we cannot have our babies in the street, but then we must do well so to empower the parents so they can provide for the children. That is why we think that the passage of the budget, I hope again, Kamara will be able to come up and tell us something. What really changed for which he voted for that budget? We just want to know. What really changed? Is the budget now the best budget that will trickle down to the ordinary Liberian citizen? We want to know, and they need to answer those questions. Yes, we'll forget about it after the budget passed, Christmas finish, they will distribute rest here and there, we'll let it go, but eventually these things will come back. But I think it was a very great, wonderful show tonight, and let us not get tired, let us keep talking. Finally, I would say, when Tomalin was talking about the superintendent, I think he was talking in the context of all of the superintendent, not necessarily because that she has done extra, but with regard to which of the he believes that she has done better than most of the other superintendents. So I think when we're comparing her work, we should compare it with other superintendents, not Jerry on a one-on-one skill. You know,
I can feel the ideological connection from the CDC.
There's no ideological connection. No. I wouldn't say no. I have no.
I can feel some ideological connection from the CDC.
No. I'm not giving my rating. I wouldn't say the context of grade should be superintendent to superintendent. That should be the context.
I got you. So before I go to too many to close, so we can move. Let me state for the record. But too many go ahead close. Then
last week. Let me acknowledge the re-emergence of one of our regular followers. In fact, I think he will win our award of the TCA Fan of the Year, even though he Joman Jala. I see he's back.
Joman, you not get a Merry Christmas gift? You get a contribution.
Joman Jala is back, so recognize Joman Jala. Take it or leave it. Joman will criticize, but he always on this platform. We look forward to him appearing one day.
He may attack me today. He may my brother.
Yeah, tired about it. But look, we look forward to that tourism interview coming up. And let me announce that I was told that
you got 1.5 minutes. We gotta go.
Yeah, at the Inspector General that the issue about the Brian McGay case, they're waiting now for the DNA stuff to come now. So hopefully he will make the appearance. He said he'll make an appearance in the closing argument to answer all the questions. So we're working out things for him right now. Hopefully it will happen.
I mean, how long will it take for DNA to come?
Okay, when the man comes, we'll tell I want.
Yeah, remain quiet on our thing.
You're closing back.
Yeah, okay, go ahead. But you want to enact new debate.
No, not new debate. But then also, as I told you, the Minister of Foreign Affairs promised to come. She just told me to that. She said she'll come back to me in the week, so before the weekend. So hopefully we'll get a date for her appearance to make the appearance here and so forth. But guys, I encourage all of us to go and reach out to the 30 senators. Please reach out to them. Tell them, please, we're inviting them. Well, we choose any time they want to come. We'll be here to talk about the budget. Let them come forward so that if they don't show up, perhaps then you shouldn't blame us when we come to critique the budget that they passed. But I look forward to that. Also, too, we're trying to see how best we can make sure that if they appear in group or different time, no problem. The platform is open to them. But that budget is crucial. We got to discuss it. So a great show. And I hope you guys are done with your Christmas shopping. And I'm sure you guys are done. The point I brought looking up to you guys for next week. I know.
Well, just for the record, my bank account, I can't send money to Liberia or anywhere else, so no one should be expecting anything until this matter is resolved. I just want to put it out there.
So
my sister, don't tell the person not black my sister will not black me too. So
my own
Sarah, you laughing?
My own
that's a good way to express something.
And
but no, but at least we say have to. We just keep on like bro. So
make it up for the Christmas contribution now quickly. Want to say thanks to Henry Peabody, Sarah Dopoh, Jerome Gayman.
Oh, you name now?
Jem McBorrow, Say Gonganu, A. Jones, Professor Kennedy, Nora Hoax, Lamin Ducle, Kari Pewee or Pewee, Mozart Dennis, Myean Kesali, James Nagbe, Seleke Fofana, Tomalin George, Jackson Seaton. Thanks to all you guys who have made some contributions.
Let me go say my small thing here because Tomalin naming names now. Why are you naming names on the radio, man?
Oh, so you're not calling
after the fact.
Why naming for? Of course. You come and I mean, why you still naming for?
No, I ain't said, but they imply the people need wouldn't yet. I mean, they ain't give yet.
No.
Robert, man,
who question about? You better forget. I can't even talk about it.
Why you talk about it?
You were just bro. But people broke. People, you know,
they just forget about the name calling. Say they put their money. He will in your chat room.
Oh, but I'm gonna call them man. I call names at least because Joma Jara Nina appear yet.
Oh yeah, Joma Jara.
And one person I would even pay was Joma Jara pay.
Joma Jara pay.
He pay.
Are you kidding me? But Tomalin, this is a good thing though. Those guys already enjoy Christmas.
Oh yes.
This is a good thing. It's a good thing. I will send my small.
Timothy, you come on in?
Yeah, go ahead and Jackson Seaton.
Oh, okay. I just want to make sure.
How many of them?
It's about 4. As far as we know, it should be about 4.
Yeah.
But honestly, those guys are doing tremendously well in Liberia.
Quickly, on a serious note, I would give my Joma Jara push anything. I will match it.
So that's what you got name, my man.
If Joma Jara gave 200, I'll give 400.
Don't provoke Pewee. I told you, don't provoke the man.
So Joma Jara, if you listen to me, you get 2, I'll give 4. But on a serious note, it was a good, great show. And to you, Abner, your points, I'm no point that justify that hawking in the street by street children or using children as street vendors. Is anything justified by their parents? But
you can't do that, man. No,
Ben Sanvee defending it.
The only reason
Ben did not defend that.
But why you call it? Ultimately, why you asking Abu to pay? He's a serious government actor, state actor.
Man, lead that team, man.
Abu will pay back tomorrow.
Not every government actor join the conference now.
Abu.
But he can be slashed right here, so let him pay.
Yeah,
brother, man.
And we hosting, but it was a great show. But we hope to actually
Tomalin, Sylvester, I don't care who support that. That you cannot have such a law. It's not gonna work. It's not gonna work, Tomalin.
Why?
Unless you have a plan, you have to have a plan to address the issues.
But man must be protected. Man must be protected, bro.
Yeah, but then how do you protect them?
Listen,
you can't just protect them on paper.
No, but listen, bro, it's even dangerous.
I think that's a good initiative, but government must have the money.
I don't know, everywhere in the world, every civilized.
Yeah, it's a good initiative, but they must
have
we got
homeless.
They must have a plan and they must have the money.
Wait. Yeah. We have homeless people here begging. Wait. You have homeless people
because
in America. Wait.
The 2026 budget, when they allocated $1.8 million for
what I'm saying is, Sylvester,
2025 was $1 million. Now they increased it by 800,000.
What I am saying is this, right?
It's
not illegal. It's not illegal to beg. I'd rather you beg or ask than to steal. It's not illegal to beg. There are conditions for which people are on the street.
No, there are
homeless people in the case on the street who are begging.
They're not frowning on the begging. They are only
saying it. They're banning the begging.
Let the parents go and do the begging.
No.
What?
The kids feel more than the parents.
Robert, let me ask you a question.
you break and say a 2-year-old,
let me ask you a question. Let's assume today you went to Ghana. You arrive in Accra, Ghana. You are driving in the street of Accra, Ghana. Soon you stop to a stop sign. All of the kids run after your car, and some of them selling water, they're selling this, they're selling that, and they come to your car. What would be the impression that you get from that?
Listen, safety is always important. Wait. No, I think.
But Aaron said it. But
Yeah,
that
but
kids in
exactly.
Accra doing the same.
They're doing the same thing. Safety is always important. What I am saying is this: if I'm driving in Accra or in Monrovia,
it creates a wrong
one
impression
second,
for the
please.
country.
If I'm driving in Accra or Monrovia and I see multiple young girls or young boys that are supposed to be in school selling, and we had these conversations before because I spent 10 years of my life in this whole humanitarian thing, and I still do today. But if there are reasons why these kids are in the street, these parents are not exploiting their children.
We agree. No,
they are there.
no,
What
no,
I'm saying is, it's not a bad thing to want to take them off
child
the street.
labor
But you can't,
exploitation, bro.
Sylvester, but you cannot have, I keep calling Sylvester name, Ahmed, you cannot address child labor just on paper. If the government created an environment where parents can go and work.
So what is the justification for people who sell their children inside slave on the bill of poverty?
That's a different conversation. That's a different conversation.
That's a different conversation.
That's a different thing. It's not the same thing.
Saying you should not be in the street begging. Or 13-year-old girls should not be begging.
What about breaking racks?
That's wrong also. That's wrong. That's wrong. It is pathetic for the children for you to see those little children with their parents breaking racks.
That's running on begging. The law is trying to protect children. The law is
not trying to So how do you stop them from begging? You stop them from begging by ensuring that the parents can afford good-paying jobs, so that rather than begging, they are in schools, and you can ensure you have free quality education.
But we are saying it differently. The point you are making, Robert, is a legitimate point. But here's the thing. I personally don't think that the kids should be breaking racks. I don't think the kids should be involved in any kind of labor work. The kids should be in school, learning for tomorrow. Now, what the government needs to do, while it is true that the government wants to take these kids from in the street, which is commendable, but the government must have a program to make sure that the kids go to school.
Can I tell you a quick story? 30 seconds. My first trip to Liberia.
Are you saying that the government
please allow me. Please allow me. My first trip to Liberia in
primary education is free.
My first trip to Liberia in 2009, 2010, I didn't have a personal vehicle. I was using my sister's vehicle, Honorable Ambassador Drew Mason. And I didn't like the fact that I had people, security folks just driving everywhere with me. On this Sunday, I decided to go to Providence Baptist Church, and I chartered a taxi. I had no idea that this taxi didn't have AC, but I didn't want to use that vehicle. I went to church, and I went to Caldwell area to see a friend, and it was very hot. I had no idea why I had on a 3-piece suit. And on my way back, we had to put the window down because it was so hot. And at the time, I'm not sure who remember, in 2008, 2009, iPhones were not in business. We had the BlackBerry. If you remember, the BlackBerry was the biggest thing around. And I was on the phone. I vividly remember I was on the phone on a Sunday, got caught up in the traffic. And the last thing I remember was a kid, I got slapped. And the way I got slapped, it wasn't that they were trying to slap me. But they were trying to take the phone. And luckily for me, I reacted. The phone had a case. Apparently, they must have grabbed the kids, and the phone actually fell. But my guys were able to run behind and, to chase this kid because they had no idea whether or not this kid had taken my phone. Long story short, they got this kid. It was an 8-year-old kid. And today, this guy is like a little brother to me, right? And when we met them, everyone kept saying, "Why you slap that man? We'll beat this guy. Let's beat him up." I said, "No, why y'all beat him up? No, he's a thief." But we had a conversation, and my question to him was, and this is a question that I've always asked all of my students, all of the underprivileged kids that I've ever encountered. Why are you doing this? I need an explanation. And this kid said, "I'm just hungry. I didn't mean to slap you. I was just trying to grab the phone." And from 2009, as we speak today, I asked that kid one question.
If I can send you to school and ensure that you got food, you got clothes, can you guarantee me that you won't be doing what you're doing? He said yes. And up to this day, that kid is not on the street no more. I'm not against the government stopping kids from being on the street when they should be in school. What I am saying is you've got to address the real issue and the real reason why they are on the streets. Once you've done that, I can support any law that says government gave you free school. The government got extra program, after school program for you. Your parents got job. Why are you still on the street selling? Until we address all of the underlying issues, you cannot say stop selling, stop begging when you have not.
So let me just give you the story from the Bible. Let me give you the story from the Bible. Jerusalem was surrounded.
We're going 16 minutes already, guys.
You got breaking news. Breaking news. What is the breaking news?
The suspect is about to be captured in New Hampshire. They are surrounding the building. The guy who shot people at Brown University, the police are surrounding the building in New Hampshire. So, but in the next few hours, hope that guy will be in custody. Just go ahead.
Who, Joe Boaga?
No, but we're 16 minutes over now, so I don't know.
The guy who killed the point.
All
right. Thank you, guys. So let call it a day tomorrow.
Yeah, but we need to discuss this, Sylvester. Maybe not tomorrow or something. We need to discuss
tomorrow. Do some
research.
That's a legitimate point you raised.
Do some research on the number.
You made a legitimate point. Yeah, the government needs to have a program because you have to address the underlying issues.
That's
it. As a matter of fact,
I like to contribute, but I want to respect the time, so I'm going to go.
As a matter of fact, tomorrow we'll discuss it. Just the last time, there was a debate between, I think, Katama and I was on the radio, and I raised.
I thought he was on the show.
I raised this point.
I will ask Kamara on Sarah Baba.
I raised this point. Against the government. The Ministry of Gender people came in to counter what I was saying. And again, there's a lot of things there, and we all got serious because I was heavy both.
I get them for Abusa.
In Magibbi and Bon County, I was heavy. And I went to the rock culture up GSC Road where I saw the brutal sun.
Yes, they planted it.
I mean, so it's terrible.
Parents are exploding and cheering.
There's a need that
they're sitting down.
Look, Ahmed, let me just make this point. I and a gentleman in Liberia, we just did a research on access, the barrier to access of education in Liberia. And from our research, most of the parents.
I did a research. You said I did research?
Yeah, I and somebody in Liberia did a research.
It's
not from here. We did a research in Liberia.
But how you got involved in the research? You say
you want me to publish my findings? If you want me to publish my findings, I'll publish it in the chat room.
Yeah, publish your findings. What's your findings?
I'll publish it in the chat room.
So what is based on the research? What kind of research did you do?
Who ordered the research?
The research,
You're trying to say the man lying?
No. I'm just no. Don't Sarah, don't.
Yeah, is it? We conducted this research. We wanted to find out what is preventing parents from sending their kids.
No, but you trying to doubt.
One minute. Sarah is trying to. I can never doubt the chairman, our chairman of Delaware. I can never the all-powerful chairman. For my point, I can never doubt the chairman, right? The chairman is a very resourceful chairman. My only concern.
You found the economy.
Yeah, I'm finding the economy in me. That European, that Italian train coach, like Lofa got that big guy beat him off.
They hold down.
We want to play game, but it's not going to get a beat out.
But
they play like medicine. They're doing too many medicine stuff, right?
Kidman do well.
Yeah, Kidman doing well. Yeah, they might. So, they definitely.
Mr. Study, another thing maybe we'll describe about your research. I didn't want to know the methodology you guys.
We did a qualitative research.
Okay.
We did a qualitative research.
Okay. I just want to know the methodology.
It was a qualitative research. In which that was conducted in Sando County. And from our findings, there are a lot of obstacles that are creating barriers for parents to send their children to school. I'll give you a classic example. The government of Liberia say primary education is free, right? We agree. But there are several fees that are factored in to you registering your child. When some parents, let me tell you the story now, some parents, when they factor in all of the costs that it requires for them to send their children to school, you know
the
what they
money.
do? If they get 3 children, they send 1 to school because they don't have the money.
Yep.
The country is
They don't
hard.
have the money.
It's not debatable. The country is very
Why the
difficult.
country hard for everybody else but government official?
So, Mr. Sita, what we'll do, we'll capture some.
Oh man, why the country? So, can you ask the man? Why the country always hard for everybody
No,
else?
I do not. No, listen. We do not defend them. In fact, we are angry sometimes that day. But the other thing I'm saying, regardless of how a society go, there are some moral things you cannot compromise. I was trying to give the story about the Bible when the woman was.
Send a shout to the chairman of CDC to the man birthday, man.
Oh, of course, yes. Let us use this time to call the comrade himself. According to Zulu, what is Zulu? Janga Ko, the chairman, the global chairman. So that I will send it all to Sarah for her to convey the message on behalf of all citizens.
But why you send it over to me now?
No, your voice.
I
already started. Oh, but yes, we are saying the chairman of the party.
I tell you executive. You should have been the one to say
that. Of course, I've done it, but I just wanted you to do it because your voice sweeter.
No, I think you don't.
Your voice sweeter?
I was here for you.
But of course,
see what? Don't come to Delaware, she will come to you. So her voice what?
Her voice is sweeter than mine.
I beg you, man. But
her voice is sweeter than mine. But anyway,
your recent way of describing the comrade.
It's troubling, man.
It's troubling, right?
Yeah, it's very troubling.
How is it troubling?
Oh, national radio.
No, anyway, both of you guys are partisan, so it's understood.
I'm very controversial. We don't even know where he's at this point. We don't know his position at this point. 1 minute he's a T5 man, and the next minute he's a CD man. The next minute,
I'm not a T5 man. I'm not a T5 man. I'm not meant for nobody. T5 is a brother, is a friend.
Are we still on the radio?
Brother and friend, yeah, man.
Yeah. Are we still on the radio?
I think we are.
I think so, but guys, let's call it a day.
Let's call it a day.
Tomorrow we hope to discuss a lot of other major issues. We hope that we will discuss things that will bring food on the table of Liberian people.
But then you know, bring all the topic of food on the table.
Of course, we have to discuss the bread and butter issues.
Yeah. Good night, man. Good night.
Good night. So first of all, we need to interface.
Okay, Chi, I'll call you.
Okay.
Yeah. Timothy, please log off from it. I just going to you should call off.
What Myean?
Myean sleeping now.
When the beginning yesterday, Christmas, if you know, Papa.
Myean sleeping now. Mentally, yes, but it's almost 1:30 in the morning.
Papa,
Myean, nowhere to be sick. You can see on the back. Good night, man. Tomorrow.
Oh. Myean, you sleeping? Okay, folks.
But listen to, did you hear the press conference of Seleke Kromah, the IG? He did say that this is a highly political case, did he not? So you don't take the partisans' word for it, you take the IG's word for it.
We elect on 85 irresponsible men that happen to our country. We elect on 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.
place your left hand on the Bible being held by your wife, and you will kindly raise your right hand, sir, and repeat after me. All standing, please. I, Joseph Newman Boyka Sr.,
No secret now that your friend and former boss will be a candidate in 2029. With all of that you experience, all of that you know, and everything that you see unfolding in the country now, will you support him? Will you be part of the process? Will you give him the support? Do you think he can be a better president?
So why you want to bring political Benin in it now?
Oh, but you political you're political man, before you go out, very active.
I plead the fifth again.
Okay. When 2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. Der Wune Alfreds, all men on board.
So, this riot situation when it comes to country, because many times you notice that.
If Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
On the broadcast administration, we want to give the government of Liberia an ultimatum of 72 hours to provide a living ballot of the chairman of the Student Unification Party, or else there will be a catastrophic pneumonia in the Republic of Liberia. To arrest the chairman of the Student Unification Party, only because the government feel intimidated about the Vanguard Party advocacies.
The government got capital road, small, road, B road, all kinds of place. I think the reason Joseph Baker will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.